Chapter 648. Qin Feng entered the Hedonist sovereign system and arrived at the Hero Palace. The Hero Palace was surrounded by a vast starry sky. Millions of stars twinkled in the sky, and each star represented a peerless expert. Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng stood on either side of Qin Feng. Shimin Chui Shui of Wanmei Villa greets Master. Ouyang Feng of White Camel Villa greets Master. The two greeted Qin Feng respectfully as soon as he entered the palace. Qin Feng waved his hand at the two of them, and they straightened their bowed bodies. Qin Feng sighed as he watched the twinkling stars in front of him. If he could earn enough hedonist points, he could summon these peerless experts to Earth. What a spectacular scene that would be! Little pig, what's this Heroes Alliance? How do I open it? Qin Feng came back to his senses after he sighed, and his thoughts returned to business. Master, the Hero Alliance, is a sect recognized by the system. Master can spend hedonist points to open the Hero Alliance and recruit powerful experts from Earth. Anyone who joins the Hero Alliance can use the time-space gate to transport items or even living creatures. Master can also share some of your skills with everyone in the Hero Alliance. Everyone can also communicate through the Hero Alliance. In short, it's something that has no drawbacks. Little Pig explained. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. The Hero Alliance was really something. It could transport items or even living creatures through the time-space gate. Did this mean that it could transport people? Qin Feng couldn't help but imagine himself in the provincial capital. If he suddenly missed Zhao Lingxian in the middle of the night, he could ask her to join the Hero Alliance and send her to his bed. How wonderful would that be? Master, I can't believe you thought of using the spatial gate to do something like this. I'm speechless. Master, stop daydreaming. Although you've completed a mission and obtained the spatial gate, the Hero Alliance can only use the spatial gate after it reaches the Golden Alliance rank. Little Pig interrupted Qin Feng's daydream. Master, I can't believe you're thinking of using the spatial gate. Qin Feng hadn't opened the Hero Alliance yet, so he didn't know what the Golden Alliance was. Qin Feng withdrew his thoughts and looked at the Hero Alliance. It cost 30,000 hedonist points to activate the Hero Alliance. Activate, Qin Feng willed, and the 67,000 hedonist points in the system instantly became 37,000. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. The red door in front of Qin Feng flashed with golden light and slowly opened. An ancient aura came out from the door, causing Qin Feng to feel a sense of majesty. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the first side quest of founding the mountain and successfully establishing the Heroes Alliance. The system rewards host Qin Feng 10,000 hedonist points and a pair of white cloud boots. A system announcement sounded out, and Qin Feng's hedonist points jumped from 37,000 to 47,000. A pair of battle boots, flashing with blue light, appeared in his inventory. The white cloud boots were exquisitely made, and there were golden clouds embroidered on them. When worn, it felt like one was stepping on a white cloud. Whoosh! Qin Feng stepped on the white cloud boots and suddenly flashed. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he felt as if he was floating. These white cloud boots were pretty good treasures. Even if Qin Feng couldn't defeat his enemies in the future, he was confident that he could escape. After putting away the white cloud boots, Qin Feng started to study the Heroes Alliance again. After Qin Feng opened the Heroes Alliance, a tall and mighty dragon and phoenix rankings appeared in front of him. There was a dragon on the left and a phoenix on the right. The carvings of the dragon and phoenix were so lifelike that they looked as if they could fly away at any moment. The entire dragon and phoenix leaderboards were bronze in color, and there were countless plaques hanging on them. Each plaque was over a meter long, and the golden plaque at the top of the dragon and phoenix leaderboards had Qin Feng's name carved on it. The rest of the plaques were still empty. Qin Feng seemed to understand that as long as he recruited disciples into the Heroes Alliance, their names would appear on the dragon and phoenix rankings. As long as their names appeared, they should be able to use the various functions of the Heroes' Alliance. After studying it for a while, Qin Feng had a general understanding of the Heroes' Alliance. Just as Little Pig had said, the Heroes' Alliance could be leveled up. The current Heroes' Alliance was the lowest-ranked Brass Alliance. Its function was that people who joined the Heroes' Alliance could share Qin Feng skills and secret techniques and cultivate together. Qin Feng spent 50,000 Hedonist points to upgrade the Brass Alliance to the Silver Alliance. The Silver Alliance's function was to allow members of the Heroes' Alliance to communicate through the Heroes' Alliance. Qin Feng spent 100,000 Hedonist points to upgrade the Silver Alliance to the Gold Alliance. The Gold Alliance's function was to allow members of the Heroes' Alliance to communicate with each other through the Heroes' Alliance. Qin Feng coveted the function of the Space Gate, but 150,000 Hedonist points wasn't a small amount. Qin Feng couldn't upgrade the Heroes' Alliance right now. Master, Shimin Chue Shui requests to join the Heroes' Alliance and fight for you in the future. Ouyang Feng also requests to join the Heroes' Alliance. Shimin Chue Shui and Ouyang Feng's voices sounded. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. So the Heroes' Alliance could accept Shimin Chue Shui and Ouyang Feng? Qin Feng hurriedly gave it a try, and he used his mind to agree to their requests. In the next second, 2 dragon roars came from the Dragon and Phoenix rankings in the Heroes' Alliance. The brass rankings flashed, and Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chue Shui's names appeared on the boards below Qin Feng. It's really possible. Qin Feng was excited when he saw the changes on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. The second side mission of the founder was to recruit 10 Stage 6 Inner Qi disciples and above to join the Heroes' Alliance. Qin Feng had recruited 2 of them in the blink of an eye after he was done with the Heroes' Alliance. Qin Feng fell asleep on his bed. Lu Bingbing was too wild last night, and Qin Feng was exhausted. Qin Feng slept until the afternoon, and he was woken up by Chang Xian's phone call. The concert was about to start, but Chang Xian didn't see Qin Feng, so she called to cause trouble for him. Qin Feng hung up the phone with a helpless smile on his face. He quickly put on his clothes and rushed to the biology laboratory in the old campus. Although it was the second night of the Pretty Girls concert, the venue was still unusually lively. The number of students attending the concert increased, and rows of students watched the concert with binoculars. Those who didn't know better would think that it was a military exercise. The concert had just begun when Qin Feng arrived at the scene. Rao Sherman's heavenly voice resounded across the spacious sports field. As usual, Zhang Kuku focused on dancing. Her sexy and lively movements had won her a lot of loyal fans. Xiao Feng, what took you so long? Where the hell have you been? Chang Xian walked up to Qin Feng with a straight face as soon as he arrived. I overslept, said Qin Feng awkwardly while scratching his head. Xiao Feng was the personal assistant of the Pretty Girls. How could he oversleep during such an important event like the concert? Chang Xian was even more furious when she heard Xiao Feng's words. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You only know how to sleep. Are you a pig? You slept for a day and a night? Who said I slept for a day and a night? I didn't sleep well last night, did I? Qin Feng curled his lips and said, You don't sleep at night and sleep during the day. Do you think you're a rat? Chang Xian didn't know what was wrong with her. She suddenly liked the feeling of bickering with Xiao Feng. I watched TV all night. Is that okay? Qin Feng also realized that Chang Xian liked to cause trouble for him. Don't tell me this lass has fallen in love with me again. Sigh. This is the problem of a charming man. Chang Xian's expression changed when she heard that Qin Feng had stayed up all night watching TV. When Chang Xian saw Qin Feng indulging himself in sensual pleasures, she mistakenly thought that Qin Feng was watching porn last night. When she recalled that Qin Feng was hiding in the dorm next to hers and watching porn the whole night, she wondered if he was fantasizing about her during that time. Chang Xan felt uncomfortable all over her body. You pervert! You're disgusting. Chang Xan blushed and stormed away in a huff. Qin Feng was baffled. He stared at Chang Xan's perky buttocks for a while and mumbled to himself. Did this woman take her medicine before going out? Yes, that must be it. After Chang Xan left, Qin Feng started to wander around the grassland. Lu Shu and Yang Ken were absent tonight, so Qin Feng wasn't worried about the safety of Zhang Keku and Rao Sherman. After all, there were a dozen police officers guarding the stage, so the students wouldn't do anything reckless. However, Lu Bingbing didn't lead the team tonight. She seemed to be hiding from Qin Feng. Suddenly, Qin Feng's footsteps came to a halt. A glint flashed in his deep eyes. He saw a familiar face among the fans. It was teacher Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao and Yun Zhe came together. Both of them were sitting in the last row. Yun Xiao wore a red woolen blouse, a short skirt, and black cotton socks. Her slender and beautiful legs were very eye-catching. Ever since Qin Feng had sex with Yun Xiao at the Fei Tian bar, he hadn't seen her again. In the blink of an eye, almost half a year had passed. Now that he saw Yun Xiao sitting quietly in the crowd, and she was such a beautiful lady, Qin Feng hurriedly walked over to her. Friend, what can I do for you? Just as Qin Feng walked over, Yun Zhe stood up and blocked Qin Feng. Qin Feng was surprised when he saw Yun Zhe and Yun Xiao sitting together. Both of them have the surname Yun. Are they brother and sister? Qin Feng carefully sized up Yun Zhe. He really did look a little similar to Yun Xiao. Yun. Cough, cough. Friend, I'm teacher Qiao Feng from the Capital University. I'm in charge of maintaining order and safety at the concert. You don't seem to be a student from the Capital University. Qin Feng almost called out Yun Zhe's name, so he quickly changed his words. After Yun Zhe found out Qin Feng's identity, the vigilance between his brows relaxed. He smiled and said to Qin Feng, Hello, teacher Qiao Feng. My sister and I are from the capital city's Yun family. My sister likes the beautiful girl group, so I accompanied her to watch the concert tonight. Don't worry, teacher Qiao Feng. We are not bad people, nor do we have any ill intentions. Hearing Yun Zhe's words, Qin Feng was amazed in his heart. Yun Zhe and Yun Xiao were really siblings. Qin Feng had met Yun Zhe in Acropolis City, and Yun Zhe had even taken the initiative to acknowledge Qin Feng as his big brother. Qin Feng also liked Yun Zhe's character, and even gave the orange equipment fire rod that he had obtained from the Sima family's old man in Acropolis City to Yun Zhe. Hee, little brother Yun Zhe, don't worry. I have no intention of chasing you away. I just think that your sister is very beautiful, so I wanted to come over and get to know you. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. The reason he said this was because he wanted to find out about Yun Xiao's current situation. Back then, Yun Xiao had left Acropolis City because of her family's forced marriage. Later on, Qin Feng had Dongfang Mingwang stop the marriage that the Yun family had arranged for Yun Xiao. However, Qin Feng was still a little worried. After all, Yun Xiao was already Qin Feng's woman. Teacher Qiao Feng, my sister doesn't like to make friends. Please leave. Yun Zhe, who was kind a moment ago, instantly became cold. He could not allow anyone to have any ideas about his sister. Chapter 649. Teacher Yun Xiao was as kind and refined as before. She spoke politely and didn't offend anyone, but she didn't get close to anyone either. Previously, Yun Xiao was slightly autistic. Qin Feng followed the system's quest and helped Yun Xiao get rid of this symptom. However, he hadn't seen Yun Xiao for almost half a year. Now that he saw Yun Xiao again, Qin Feng felt that her autistic phobia had worsened. Beauty Yun Xiao, I just want to be friends with you. I don't have any ill intentions. Can I sit next to you and watch the concert with you? Yun Xiao's words were clearly rejecting Qin Feng, but Qin Feng pretended not to hear it. He even walked toward Yun Xiao. Disgust flashed across Yun Xiao and Yun Zhe's faces. However, before the two of them could speak, someone suddenly jumped out of the crowd and yelled at Qin Feng. "Fuck, so it's you, you little tramp. How dare you tease this young master's fiancée? Are you itching for a beating?" The man who jumped out wore a black suit. He had fair skin and an imposing appearance. One look and one could tell he was a disciple of a large family. Qin Feng had seen this person before, at the gathering of the rich and powerful the night before. This guy laughed at Lu Jia with Gao Tianyao and the others. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, this person was from the Luo family, one of the 5 small families in the capital. He seemed to have been kicked by Liang Yu and hung on the chandelier on the ceiling for a while. "So it's young Master Luo. It's too dark here, so I didn't recognize you. What did you say you were to beauty, Yun Xiao?" Qin Feng's smile carried a hint of coldness. He actually heard it clearly, but he wasn't willing to accept it. How could Yun Xiao be someone else's fiancée? Did she volunteer? Or was she forced by her family? When Luo Bin heard Qin Feng call him young Master Luo, he thought Qin Feng was afraid of him. He instantly put on an arrogant posture and glared at Qin Feng coldly as he yelled, "Are you fucking deaf? I'm Yun Xiao's fiancé. How dare you have designs on my woman? I'll beat you to death." Luo Bin had recognized Qin Feng a long time ago. 2 nights ago, Qin Feng and Lu Jia went to the gathering of the rich and powerful. Since Lu Jia was unpopular among the upper class, Luo Bin didn't take Qin Feng seriously. A person who could hang out with a good-for-nothing like Lu Jia must be a good-for-nothing too. Of course, Luo Bin was the same as Gao Tianyao. After he was knocked out by Liang Yu, he didn't know what happened in the soaring cloud mansion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to yell in front of Qin Feng. Pa! Before Luo Bin could make a move, Qin Feng had already slapped him. Qin Feng didn't control the strength of this slap well, and it sent Luo Bin tumbling to the ground. Luo Bin rolled a few times before stopping. Qin Feng's chest heaved violently and his face was ashen. He didn't know why he was so angry, and the thought of killing Luo Bin flashed through his mind. You fucking dare hit me? I'll fight it out with you." Luo Bin was stunned at first, but he quickly regained his senses. He ignored the pain on his face and got up to pounce on Qin Feng. His expression was ferocious, as if he wanted to skin Qin Feng alive. Pa! Another slap sounded. This time it wasn't from Qin Feng. A tall and sturdy figure stood in front of Qin Feng. When he swung his arm, his fat jiggled. "Motherfucker! Who the hell are you, brat? You dare to mess with Professor Qiao Feng? I'm going to beat you to death today." The person was the big fatty Lu Jia. He was now Qiao Feng's loyal follower. When he saw that Luo Bin had gone to Provincial Capital University to mess with Professor Qiao Feng, Lu Jia jumped out and gave him a good beating. Pa pa pa! The sound of the slaps was rhythmic and blended with Rao Sherman's music as if it was an accompaniment to her song. Lu Jia used to be bullied by rich young masters like Luo Bin and Gao Tianyao. Ever since he followed Professor Qiao Feng to wreak havoc in the Soaring Cloud Mansion, his vision had broadened and he became bolder. Whenever he saw these rich young masters, he would beat them up after a long time. Lu Jia finally stopped because he was tired. Luo Bin's fair and handsome face was swollen like a pig's head. Qin Feng and Lu Jia almost couldn't recognize him. "Young Master Luo, are you okay?" Yun Xiao finally regained her senses. She looked at Qin Feng and Lu Jia resentfully and went to Luo Bin's side. Luo Bin was slapped in the face in front of Yun Xiao. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His face was so painful that it felt like hundreds of needles were poking into it. Even the slightest wind could hurt him. However, Luo Bin couldn't embarrass himself in front of Yun Xiao. He could only endure the pain and act as if nothing had happened. "Lu Jia, are you fucking crazy? I'm the young master of the Luo family. How dare you hit me?" After Luo Bin regained his senses, he glared at Lu Jia in anger. In the past, it was always the young masters who ganged up to bully Lu Jia. They bullied him until he didn't want to bully him anymore. He never thought that he would be bullied by Lu Jie today. "Oh, how dare you bark in front of Grandpa? Grandpa will give you a few more slaps to wake you up." Lu Jie swung his arm to hit Luo Bin again. Luo Bin was so scared that he retreated a few steps and had Yun Xiao stand in front of him. When Luo Bin did this, Qin Feng saw a flash of disappointment in Yun Xiao's eyes. However, Yun Xiao still took a step forward, looked at Lu Jie and said, "Lu Jie, stop hitting him. If you continue, things will really get out of hand." The Yun family was considered a big family in the provincial capital, and Yun Xiao knew Lu Jie. Lu Jie was in a fit of anger, so he ignored Yun Xiao's advice and went around her to chase after Luo Bin. "Lu Jie, come back!" Qin Feng suddenly said. Lu Jie was slightly stunned, but he returned to Qin Feng's side in the end. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao and felt a little upset. Then he looked at Luo Bin and said, "Provincial Capital University doesn't welcome you. Hurry up and scram." Luo Bin clenched his fists. He was so angry that he wanted to rush up and fight Qin Feng. As a disciple of one of the 5 small families, when had he ever been bullied like this? However, when he saw Lu Jie suddenly take a step forward, Luo Bin's anger immediately dissipated. He was so scared that he ran away with his tail between his legs. Seeing Luo Bin abandon them and run away, Yun Xiao and Yunze shook their heads and sighed. "Sis, don't you want to think about it again? That guy, Luo Bin, is not worthy of you at all. It's best if you don't get married yet. I've already broken through to the 4th stage of the inner qi, and I've even obtained the orange fire rod that a big brother gave me. I'm confident that I can take the position of patriarch with my own strength." Yunze looked at Yun Xiao with a sincere expression. Yun Xiao's furrowed eyebrows slowly relaxed as she revealed a smile and said, "Little brother, I've already decided, so don't try to persuade me. The patriarch election is only a few days away. Just focus on your martial arts and don't worry about anything else." Yun Xiao had a lot of things in her heart that she didn't tell Yunze. How could the election for the position of the young patriarch be as simple as Yunze thought? Yun Xiao believed that Yunze's current strength was the highest among the younger generation of the Yun family. However, the patriarch election was not only about individual combat strength, but also about the power behind each candidate. Yunze didn't have any power behind him. If Yun Xiao didn't get some support for her brother through marriage, then her brother's young patriarch election would really have no hope at all. "Sis, why don't you meet the big brother I told you about first and see if you like him?" Yunze still wanted to persuade his sister. The big brother he was talking about was Qin Feng. Yunze had met Qin Feng in Acropolis City and had high hopes for Qin Feng. If big brother Qin Feng could be Yunze's brother-in-law, Yunze would definitely approve of it. "Yunze, you're not going to listen to your sister anymore? Don't mention these things anymore outside." Yun Zhao's face suddenly turned cold, and her tone carried an unquestionable dignity. Yunze saw that his sister seemed to be really angry, so he didn't dare to continue persuading her. The siblings continued to sit on the ground and watch the concert as if nothing had happened. However, their minds were no longer on the concert as they were thinking about something else. "Beauty Yun Xiao, what's on your mind? Tell me, I'll help you analyze it." A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Yun Zhao's ears. Yun Zhao's entire body trembled as she suddenly raised her head to look to her side. Qiao Feng's extremely ordinary face was imprinted in Yun Zhao's beautiful eyes. Yun Zhao's sexy red lips trembled slightly as she opened and closed them for a while, but in the end, she didn't say anything. "Beauty, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. He had purposely used his original voice to speak to Yun Xiao just now to see her reaction. Yun Xiao's reaction was very strong, and her beautiful eyes flickered with excitement. Qin Feng felt a little more at ease. It seemed that teacher Yun Xiao had not forgotten about him. "I'm fine. Didn't you speak with this voice just now?" Can you say something for me to hear? Yun Xiao looked at Qin Feng probingly. Ah, beauty, do you like my voice? If that's the case, I'm willing to chat with you for the entire night. When Qin Feng recovered Xiao Feng's voice, a hint of disappointment immediately appeared on Yun Xiao's handsome face. She sighed and shook her head. She thought that she missed Qin Feng too much that she was hearing things. Sis, are you all right? Do you want me to help you chase that annoying ghost away? Yun Zhe also noticed his sister's abnormality and stared at Qin Feng with an unfriendly gaze. Hey, you stinking brat, if you dare to stare at teacher Qiao Feng again, do you believe that I won't beat you up? Lu Jia, who was sitting beside Qin Feng, suddenly stood up and glared at Yun Zhe. Yun Zhe also stood up with a swoosh and did not avoid his gaze. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. As he spoke, Yun Zhe raised his hand and directly grabbed the cloth bag tied to his back. The cloth bag was removed, and the fire rod that was flickering with an orange light entered Lu Jia's eyes. It's even an orange-grade spirit weapon. When did this orange-grade treasure become so worthless? Why are they everywhere? Brat, just you wait. I'll scare you to death later. Lu Jia ran away angrily. Not long later, he ran back carrying a huge object. The object was more than 2 meters long, and there was also a cloth bag tied to it. After Lu Jia took off the cloth bag layer by layer, a strange light flashed in Yun Zhe's black eyes. It was actually an orange-grade broadsword. Brat, are you scared now? Lu Jia carried the overlord chop and stared at Yun Zhe proudly. Yun Zhe quickly regained his senses and frowned. I'm not afraid of you. You might not be my match. Brat, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Then let's spar. Ever since Lu Jia obtained the overlord chop, he had never used it to fight. Now that he had someone to practice with, Lu Jia was very excited. Who's afraid of who? Yun Zhe was not careless either. With a leap, he ran towards the empty space in the distance. There were too many people here, so it would not be good if they really fought. Lu Jia's eyes flickered. He called out to Qin Feng and chased after Yun Zhe. Teacher Qiao Feng, I'll go take care of that guy. Yun Zhe. Seeing that her brother had run off to fight, Yun Zhao's face was filled with worry. She stood up and was about to call her brother back. Qin Feng was very clear about Lu Jia and Yun Zhe's strength. The two of them were evenly matched, so even if they fought for a day and a night, nothing would happen. Qin Feng immediately grabbed Yun Zhe's wrist and pulled her back to sit down. Chapter 650. Yun Xiao sat on the grass with a dazed expression. She had indeed become excited when she heard Qin Feng's voice. Yun Xiao hadn't seen Qin Feng for almost half a year, and she had been thinking about Qin Feng. This was Yun Xiao's first man. Yun Xiao had been struggling for the past half a year. On one hand, she wanted to get married to help her brother strengthen his power and take the position of family head. On the other hand, she didn't want to betray Qin Feng and become someone else's woman. This struggle had finally been resolved some time ago because Yun Xiao had learned of Qin Feng's death. Yun Xiao's heart was filled with despair. She had taken the initiative to marry the Luo family. She had already thought about it. As long as she helped her brother take the position of young master, she would go and meet Qin Feng. There were too many obstacles in the world, so Yun Xiao would stay with Qin Feng in heaven forever. Yun Xiao was lost in thought when she thought about Qin Feng. When she came back to her senses, she screamed in shock and immediately shook off Qiao Feng's hand. "Do not touch me." Yun Xiao moved to the side and maintained a safe distance from Qin Feng. Qin Feng had pulled Yun Xiao to sit down and felt that it was comfortable to touch her wrist. He didn't expect to scare Yun Xiao. "Beauty Yun Xiao, don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I heard you and your brother talking about the marriage. Can you tell me?" Qin Feng's expression became serious. Yun Xiao was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why Qiao Feng was asking about this. "What does this have to do with you?" Yun Xiao always felt that Qiao Feng had crooked thoughts about her beauty, so she didn't pay much attention to Qin Feng. That's my business, you don't need to know. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He found that there were also times when he was in trouble when he changed his identity to Qiao Feng. In the past, there were a bunch of women who were intimate with Qin Feng, but now they all avoided Qin Feng. This made Qin Feng extremely depressed. You're married to the Luo family's Luo Bin? That brat isn't a good person. Miss Yun Xiao, you have to think twice. Qin Feng took the initiative to persuade Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and said, Then are you a good person? Of course I am. Qin Feng had a serious expression. Why can't I tell? I don't think you're a good person either. Yun Xiao pouted and revealed a bit of flirtatious expression. Qin Feng was a bit excited. I'm a good person. Touch my heart. Can you feel it beating? Qin Feng was excited. He grabbed Cloudy Sky's lily-white hand and placed it on his chest. Yun Xiao cried out in fear and quickly pulled his hand back. Many students turned their heads to look, and when they saw that it was teacher Qiao Feng, they turned their heads back. So it turned out that teacher Qiao Feng was picking up girls again. You, what are you doing? How can you be so careless, you? Don't touch me, otherwise I'll call the police. Yun Xiao was almost angered to death as his chest heaved up and down. Beauty, don't overreact so much. You're the one who touched me. I haven't even screamed yet, Qin Feng said indifferently. Yun Xiao's face turned black with anger. What are you shouting for? If you weren't grabbing my hand, who would want to touch you? Disgusting. Yun Xiao couldn't stand Qin Feng and moved to the side. If it wasn't for the fact that her little brother Yunzhe hadn't returned, Yun Xiao would have left immediately. Okay, I won't touch you. No, I won't let you touch me, okay? Qin Feng said seriously. Yun Xiao nodded dumbly. She suddenly yelled angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Who touched you? You're really hateful. Yun Xiao was so angry that her face turned red like a big, ripe apple. Qin Feng really wanted to hug Yun Xiao and take a bite. Seeing that Yun Xiao was really going to leave in anger, Qin Feng didn't tease her. He suddenly said seriously, Yun Xiao, you don't like Luo Bin, right? Qin Feng's tempo changed too quickly, and Yun Xiao couldn't keep up. After being stunned for a long time, Yun Xiao said, I really don't like him, but it's none of your business. Qin Feng's heart relaxed. It seemed that Yun Xiao was forced to marry because of her little brother. When Yun Xiao left the airport, Qin Feng had received a quest from the system to help Yun Zhao's little brother Yunzhe obtain the position of the young patriarch. Qin Feng thought about it for a bit and understood the reason. When is the Yun family's young patriarch election? Qin Feng suddenly asked. He wanted to help Yunzhe take down the young patriarch and let Yun Xiao be his woman openly. Ah. Why are you asking this? Yun Xiao couldn't react. She felt that Qiao Feng was a strange person. Oh, I know some family members in the capital. I was thinking of waiting for the Yun family's young patriarch election, and I'll go support little brother Yunzhe. Yun Zhao's delicate body trembled slightly. She didn't think that Qiao Feng would be willing to help her little brother. Even if Yun Xiao didn't have a good impression of Qiao Feng, for the sake of her little brother, her tone softened a lot. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my little brother. The Yun family's young patriarch election will begin in half a month. I hope that teacher Qiao Feng will really come then. Of course. I promised Beauty, Yun Xiao, that I wouldn't go back on my word. Oh, right, if I help your little brother. Do you have any reward for me? Can I hug you? Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao sloppily, angering her to death. Stinking hooligan, dead pervert. Whether you help me or not, I don't want to see you again. Yun Xiao really couldn't stand Qiao Feng anymore. She even suspected that Qiao Feng saying that he would help her brother was just an excuse. His real goal was probably to pick her up. Beauty Yun Xiao, don't go. Your little brother isn't back yet. Seeing that Yun Xiao was really angered to the point of leaving, Qin Feng hurriedly chased after her. Yun Xiao was shocked. She thought that Qin Feng was going to use force if his soft approach didn't work. Now that her little brother Yun Zhe wasn't here, Yun Xiao was worried to death. Yun Xiao was wearing high heels, so she fell in a hurry. Qin Feng hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Yun Xiao's calf to check. "Hey, you, what do you want to do? My ankle is twisted. It hurts. Don't touch me. Can't you take me to the hospital?" Yun Xiao couldn't even stand up now. She couldn't run even if she wanted to. Seeing Qiao Feng grab her calf, Yun Xiao was scared to death. Qin Feng didn't say anything. He gently took off Yun Xiao's high heels and put his hand under Yun Xiao's skirt. Yun Xiao was so scared that she struggled with all her might. Don't touch me. Little brother, hurry and save me." Yun Xiao's little fist hammered Qin Feng's head over and over again, almost causing a bump to appear on Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng endured the pain and grabbed the bottom of Yun Xiao's knee socks. He took off the black knee socks on Yun Xiao's right leg. Yun Xiao's struggle became more and more intense. Qin Feng was afraid that she would hurt her sprained ankle, so he could only hold her in his arms and control Yun Xiao's movements. "Don't be so agitated. I'm just helping you take a look at your sprained ankle. It's not like I'm doing anything. What's more, there are so many students here. What can I do?" Qin Feng had a helpless expression. Yun Xiao felt that half of her body was stuck to Qiao Feng. She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Yun Xiao didn't dare to yell. After all, she was the daughter of a large family in Jingdu. If this scene was seen by others and spread, the Luo family might reject this marriage alliance. "Qiao Feng, I'm begging you. Can you not touch me? I don't like you." Yun Xiao looked at Qin Feng with a pleading expression. Qin Feng's heart ached a little. Qin Feng slowly let go of Yun Xiao and grabbed her right foot. He sent strands of inner qi to Yun Xiao's ankle. Qin Feng even helped her rub it a few times. Suddenly, Yun Xiao didn't feel the pain in her foot anymore. "Your foot is fine. I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm a teacher at Jingdu University's medical school." After Qin Feng treated Yun Xiao's sprained ankle, he took the initiative to help Yun Xiao put on the black knee socks. Qin Feng's fingers touched the skin of Yun Xiao's calf several times. It was as smooth as silk. When Yun Xiao came back to her senses, Qin Feng had already helped her put on her high heels. Looking at Qin Feng's serious and focused expression, Yun Xiao actually forgot to resist. "Stand up and try to walk. Do you need me to help you?" Yun Xiao hurriedly shook her head and slowly stood up. She walked around a few times and realized that her sprained ankle was really healed. "Sis, are you all right? Why did you come here?" A black shadow flickered and suddenly appeared beside Yun Xiao. When Yun Xiao saw her brother, she immediately grabbed his arm and sized him up. After confirming that her brother wasn't injured, Yun Xiao was relieved. "Yun Zhe, let's go home." Yun Xiao didn't say what had just happened. She only secretly glanced at Qin Feng. Yun Zhe felt that something was wrong. He glared at Qin Feng with an unfriendly gaze. "Sis, is this person trying to bully you? Tell me, I'll beat him up right now." Yun Zhe returned, but Qin Feng didn't see Lu Jie return. Yun Zhao's expression changed a few times, but in the end, she didn't say anything and pulled Yun Zhe away. "He didn't bully Big Sister. Let's go home. Big Sister is a little tired." Yun Xiao quickly left with Yun Zhe. Qin Feng looked at Yun Zhao's thin and lonely back and felt his heart ache. However, Qin Feng decided to make a trip to the Yun family in half a month. He believed that at that time he would be able to help Yun Zhe become the young patriarch. "Ow! Teacher Qiao Feng, did you see that brat Yun Zhe? Ouch, it hurts so much. I'm going to fight it out with him." After Yun Zhe and Yun Xiao left for a while, Lu Jie ran over from afar while cursing. When he saw Lu Jie, Qin Feng was stunned. If not for his voice, he wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Lu Jia, who beat you up like this? Qin Feng looked at Lu Jia, whose clothes were tattered and whose face was swollen like a pig's head. He was astonished. Who else could it be? It's that brat Yunze. Even though that guy looks fair and tender, he's really something. No, I'm going to get revenge on him, Lu Jia said. Wind was coming out of Lu Jia's mouth. It seemed like his teeth were knocked out. Qin Feng was even more astonished. How did you get beaten up by Yunze? I saw Yunze just now. He's completely fine. Aren't you guys at the peak of stage 4 inner chi? Fuck, that guy is at stage 5 inner chi, okay? According to him, he just broke through to stage 5 inner chi recently. I'm no match for him at all. Lu Jia's expression was gloomy. Qin Feng was even more gloomy when he heard Lu Jia's words. No wonder I couldn't find you in the crowd. You're fucking done for. Look who I've brought with me. While Lu Jia was complaining to Qin Feng, a series of curses suddenly came from behind him. Brat, you fucking bastard. Qin Feng and Luo Bin looked over at the same time. It was Luo Bin who had called Gao Tianyao over. Young Master Gao, that's the bastard. Do you remember him? He went to the gathering with that idiot Lu Jia the night before yesterday. He and Lu Jia even dared to bully me just now. Hurry up and help me cripple him. Luo Bin's family specialized in researching and developing advanced technology. He had looked down on ancient martial arts since he was young, so he couldn't even break through to stage 1 inner chi. Therefore, Luo Bin called Gao Tianyao, who was at stage for inner chi, over to vent his anger. Chapter 651. With Gao Tianyao's presence, Luo Bin was full of confidence. He did not take Qin Feng and Lu Jia seriously. Gao Tianyao recognized Qiao Feng. After he was beaten up by the willow tree last night, he went back to his family to find out what had happened. He now knew what had happened to the soaring cloud mansion after he fainted. Gao Tianyao was furious with Luo Bin. Lu Jia, who was standing behind Qin Feng, was livid. You bastard! How dare you talk behind my back? I'll beat you to death. Lu Jiagong had just been beaten up by Yunze, and his heart was filled with anger. He brandished his overlord chop and slashed towards Luo Bin. Luo Bin was scared out of his wits. He called for Gao Tianyao's help, but when he turned around, Gao Tianyao had already escaped. Trying to run? Humph! Fall! Luo Bin was sent flying by Lu Jia's overlord slash. Lu Jia raised his sword and chased after Gao Tianyao. Qin Feng looked at Luo Bin, who was foaming at the mouth on the ground. He shook his head and sighed. You brought this upon yourself. The concert went smoothly. Qin Feng sat in the last row and watched the two beauties sing and dance. He began to like them. Lu Jia tortured Luo Bin and Gao Tianyao for the whole night. From time to time, screams could be heard from the lawn behind him. However, the screams were masked by the music, so only Qin Feng could hear them. After the concert, Qin Feng and Chang Xian escorted Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo back to their dormitory. The two girls were hungry after singing for the whole night, so they ordered Qin Feng to buy supper for them. They treated Qin Feng like a servant. Qin Feng didn't want to fight with women. Since these 3 women would become his women sooner or later, he bought a lot of supper for them. Rao Sherman and Chang Xian were hungry, but they ate like ladies. Zhang Cuckoo, on the other hand, did not care about food. She dangled her leg on Qin Feng's thigh, grabbed a chicken drumstick with one hand and a lobster with the other. Her mouth was covered with grease. Cuckoo, you're drinking teacher Qiao Feng's drink. Put it down. Zhang Cuckoo gulped down her orange juice. Rao Sherman cried out in surprise. Zhang Cuckoo did not mind that she had drunk the wrong drink. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and stuck her tongue out at Rao Sherman. So what if he drank wrongly? Since teacher Qiao Feng bought Kiki a delicious midnight snack, I'll just treat it as a late-night benefit for him. Qin Feng's face darkened when he saw that the glass was covered in oil and there were a few chicken scraps on it. Was this a late-night benefit? Don't disgust me. You can drink this water. I'm not going to drink it. Qin Feng pushed the glass of water to Zhang Cuckoo and looked at her in disgust. Zhang Cuckoo was displeased. She puffed up her chest and glared at Qin Feng. You really don't know what's good for you. Many people want to drink Cuckoo's drink, but they can't even taste it. This is an indirect kiss. Qin Feng lowered his head and saw a pair of large white rabbits. He was about to drool. Then take this cup of late-night welfare to your fans. Let's see who dares to drink it. Qin Feng purposely angered Zhang Cuckoo because the rabbit started bobbing up and down. Qin Feng enjoyed watching it. Ouch. Uncle, you're really pissing me off. My stomach is hurting from anger. Zhang Cuckoo threw away the chicken leg and lobster. She wiped her hands and ran to the bed to lie down. Qin Feng, Rao Sherman, and the others didn't pay attention to her. They thought she was acting again. The three of them ate for a while. Zhang Cuckoo's screams became more and more intense, as if she was giving birth. Rao Sherman felt something was wrong. She ran to Zhang Cuckoo's bedside. Ah, Cuckoo, are you having a fever? Why is your head so hot? Zhang Cuckoo's face was pale. She looked at Rao Sherman and said, Sherman, I've been in pain for almost half an hour. Why aren't you worried about me? Sub. Rao Sherman became nervous. She thought Zhang Cuckoo was pretending to be sick. Who knew she was really sick? Teacher Chiao Feng, come here quickly. Cuckoo is really sick. Qin Feng was famous in provincial capital university for his medical skills. Rao Sherman knew teacher Chiao Feng's reputation after staying at the university for 3 days. She hastily called Qin Feng over. Qin Feng strode to Zhang Cuckoo's bedside and placed his hand on her cheek. Is she really having a fever? Qin Feng's expression turned serious. He also thought this silly girl was pretending to be sick. Sub, Uncle, is your saliva poisonous? Did I get poisoned after drinking your drink? Qin Feng was about to examine Zhang Cuckoo when he heard Zhang Cuckoo's words. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Your saliva is poisonous. Don't talk nonsense if you want to cure her. Qin Feng glared at Zhang Cuckoo. Zhang Cuckoo pouted and looked at Rao Sherman and Chang Exit. Chiao Feng, Cuckoo is sick. Why are you yelling at her? Don't you have the bearing of a man? Teacher Chiao Feng, if you can't cure Cuckoo, I'm going to send her to the hospital. Qin Feng was displeased that he was scolded for saving someone. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Cuckoo, who was lying on the bed smugly. After being bullied by this girl so many times, it's time to collect some interest. Ahem. Of course, I can cure Cuckoo. I'm a miracle doctor from Provincial Capital University. Stand further away and don't block the light. Let me examine Cuckoo's illness first. Rao Sherman and Chang Xan did not think too much about Qin Feng's medical skills. They took a few steps back and opened up a space for Zhang Cuckoo. Qin Feng's hands were already on Zhang Cuckoo's body, and he lifted her sling. Ah, Uncle, what are you doing? Zhang Cuckoo shrieked. Before Rao Sherman and Chang Xan could answer, Qin Feng interrupted. Don't make a fuss. I'm examining your body. A doctor doesn't discriminate between men and women. Don't let your imagination run wild. As Qin Feng spoke, he placed his palm on Zhang Cuckoo's flat abdomen. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and it was warm and fragrant. Rao Sherman and Chang Xan stood together nervously. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't go overboard, they didn't interrupt him. Wisps of inner qi flowed from Qin Feng's palm into Zhang Cuckoo's abdomen. Qin Feng's palm moved slowly, making Zhang Cuckoo's body itch as if she was electrocuted. Zhang Cuckoo's body was getting hotter and hotter, and her cheeks were as red as an apple. Qin Feng massaged her lower abdomen and her thighs. Then he stood up and said, All right, you're fine. It's just that you've been too tired recently and you've been too excited, so your body's metabolism has some problems. You'll be fine after a good rest." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the three women stared at him with wide eyes. Metabolism problem? Then why did you touch Keek's stomach and her thighs? Chang Xian was displeased. It was obvious that Qin Feng's words couldn't convince her. Zhang Kuku pouted and complained. "That perverted uncle even touched my butt and chest." "Ah? Why you touched Keek's?" Rao Sherman was shocked. Teacher Chiao Feng was too perverted. He took advantage of Kiki under the guise of treating her illness. Shameless. He's too shameless. I'm going to call the police now. Chang Xian's face turned ashen. She took out her cell phone and was about to make a call. Zhang Kuka suddenly sat up and exclaimed in surprise, My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, and my head doesn't feel hot anymore. I'm fine now." Chang Xian hastily hung up the phone before she could make the call. She walked up to Zhang Kuku and touched her head. She confirmed that Zhang Kuku's fever had subsided. Chang Xian was also a doctor, but she was still amazed by Chiao Feng's miraculous medical skills. Why does this person resemble Qin Feng more and more? Both of them have miraculous medical skills and love to flirt with girls. After Zhang Kuku was cured, Chang Xian and Rao Sherman did not know how to face Qin Feng. Qin Feng said with a straight face, "Since Kiki Ku has recovered, I'll take my leave." "Oh right, Kiki. Don't use the spirit cleansing talisman continuously. Your body's tolerance is limited. If you use it too much, your body won't be able to withstand it and you'll fall sick." Qin Feng had long discovered the cause of Zhang Kuku's illness. It turned out that Zhang Kuku had used the spirit cleansing talisman too many times. Every time she felt mentally exhausted, the inner qi inside the spirit cleansing talisman would forcefully refresh her mind. It was fine if she used it once or twice, but after a few times, some of the inner qi would accumulate in her body. Since Zhang Kuku had never practiced martial arts, she could not circulate her inner qi out of her body. "Uncle, you know about the spirit cleansing talisman? You must have bought some talismans from that stinky Taoist, right?" Zhang Kuku looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Qin Feng did not explain. He glanced at Zhang Kuku's fair thighs and felt that the flesh there was soft. "Have an early rest. I'm going back now." Qin Feng walked out of the dormitory as if nothing had happened. The three girls only regained their senses after he left. "Aya, why did that stupid uncle leave? He took advantage of me," Zhang Kuku exclaimed. Rao Sherman and Chang Xian also regained their senses. "That's right. Why did he let him go so easily?" Before the three girls regained their senses, Qin Feng had already run back to his room. He locked the door and switched off his cell phone. Then he lay comfortably on the big bed and slept soundly. The pretty girl group's concert lasted for 3 consecutive nights. On the third night, many people in Jindu City learned about the pretty girl group's concert at Provincial Capital University. Other than the students of Provincial Capital University, more than half of the fans from outside the university came to cheer for them. Tonight, Lu Bingbing personally led the team to maintain order. Originally, there were 10 police officers and 20 security guards from Provincial Capital University. Now, there were 20 more people. In total, there were more than 50 security guards and police officers. Each of them had a baton, and they even set up a cordon 10 meters away from the stage. The scene was too spectacular. Qin Feng dared not let his guard down when he saw so many fans from outside the university. He and Chang Xian stood at the edge of the stage and kept an eye on their surroundings. To Qin Feng's surprise, Dongfang Qing Shui came to cheer for the concert. She was good friends with Rao Sherman, so she came to watch Rao Sherman perform. Many rich young masters in Jindu City followed Dongfang Qing Shui to the concert. However, These arrogant and despotic young masters were as obedient as kittens in front of Dongfang Qingxue. They could only gather from afar and peek at Dongfang Qingxue. None of them dared to approach her. Dongfang Qingxue and Lu Bingbing were both here. They were two of the 4 fairies of Provincial Capital University. It was a rare sight to see both of them at the old campus at the same time. The concert was exceptionally popular. The students screamed for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights until their throats were hoarse. However, the field was still filled with the cheers of a male duck. Rao Sherman sang for 3 consecutive nights, and her throat was exhausted. Zhang Cuckoo was in a worse state. She almost died of exhaustion after dancing for 3 consecutive nights. However, both of them persevered in their singing and dancing. This was their spirit, and the reason why they had so many crazy fans. It was easy for people to fall in love with them. Even Qin Feng had fallen in love with them. Time flies when one is having fun. The pretty girl group's 3-night concert came to an end. Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo stood on the stage and panted heavily. Zhang Cuckoo was so tired that she sat on the ground. She had a carefree personality and didn't care about her image. Her carefree and unpretentious attitude won her more fans. Chapter 652. Rao Sherman stood on the stage. The lights shone on her beautiful face. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Rao Sherman was used to Zhang Cuckoo's casual personality. She did not call out to her when she saw Zhang Cuckoo sitting on the floor. Rao Sherman held the microphone and waited for the crowd to quiet down before she started speaking. Thank you, my fans, for attending my concert with Cuckoo. The 3-day concert has come to an end tonight. Cuckoo and I had a great time at Provincial Capital University. We look forward to meeting you again. After Rao Sherman finished her speech, she pulled Zhang Cuckoo down from the stage. Seeing that Zhang Cuckoo and Rao Sherman had left, the university students rushed toward the stage as though they had been injected with stimulants. The scene turned chaotic in an instant. More than 50 security guards had cordoned off the crowd. Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo were a little nervous when they saw the scene. Big Sister Chang Xin, Teacher Chiao Feng. Let's go back to the dormitory first. Rao Sherman went to their side the moment she got off the stage. Chang Xin also thought it was better to return to the dormitory first. She was about to leave with the 2 girls when Lu Bingbing ran over with a serious expression. Rao Sherman, Zhang Cuckoo, where are you going now? I'll send you back. Lu Bingbing's mission this time was to protect the 2 girls. She left the chaotic crowd to her subordinates and the university security guards while she personally protected Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo. Then, please send us back to the dormitory first, Rao Sherman said to Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing nodded and glanced at Qin Feng. A blush flashed across her face, as if she had recalled the crazy things that happened with Qin Feng the night before. They escorted Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. Big Sister Qing Shui. Rao Sherman ran to her excitedly. Sherman, you must be exhausted after these 3 days. Big Sister is here to pick you up. Stay at my house for a few days. Dongfang Qingxue was dressed in a long white dress. Big Sister Qingxue, bring me along. Otherwise, Cuckoo will be bored to death. Zhang Cuckoo ran to Dongfang Qingxue's side and hugged her arm. Okay, you come with me. Dongfang Qingxue looked at Zhang Cuckoo and smiled helplessly. It was obvious that she was familiar with Zhang Cuckoo and knew that this girl was very funny. Dongfang Qingxue chatted with the 2 girls for a bit. Then her gaze suddenly fell on Xiaofeng. A smile blossomed on her fresh and beautiful face. Teacher Xiaofeng, do you still remember me? I only thanked Teacher Xiaofeng verbally for what happened in the Soaring Cloud Mansion. Are you free tonight? How about we go for supper? Dongfang Qing Shue's appearance stunned Lu Bingbing and Chang Xan. Lu Bingbing didn't expect to see Dongfang Qing Shue here. Chang Xan, on the other hand, didn't recognize Dongfang Qing Shue. She didn't expect such a beautiful and perfect woman to exist in this world. She was like a fairy. Chang Xan thought her looks were outstanding, but she felt ashamed of herself when she stood in a group of beauties. Lu Bingbing and Dongfang Qing Shue, in particular, gave Chang Xan too much pressure. Are you going to treat teacher Qiao Feng to supper? Then I'll go too, Lu Bingbing suddenly said, causing Dongfang Qing Shue to be slightly stunned. Dongfang Qing Shue knew Lu Bingbing and understood her temperament and temperament. She was the coldest among the 4 fairies in the provincial capital. So why would she take the initiative to show goodwill to Qiao Feng? Dongfang Qing Shue couldn't figure out what was on Lu Bingbing's mind, and neither could Lu Bingbing. Didn't this woman always think she was virtuous and virtuous? Why did she suddenly invite Qin Feng to supper? Lu Bingbing secretly pinched Qin Feng's lower back. She was furious. Why does this damned man flirt with every woman? Qin Feng felt wronged. Qin Feng was really wrong this time. He really wanted to know what Dongfang Qing Shue had taken wrong medicine. Why would she fall for me? You must be Miss Lu, right? Nice to meet you. Dongfang Qing Shue looked at Lu Bingbing with a faint smile. Lu Bingbing's expression remained as cold as ice. Miss Dongfang Qing Shue, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to invite a man to dinner. The sun really rose from the west today. Dongfang Qing Shue had a feeling that Lu Bingbing had a close relationship with Qiao Feng. Now that she heard the jealousy in Lu Bingbing's words, Dongfang Qing Shue was certain. However, she still couldn't understand why Lu Bingbing would like a man like Qiao Feng. It's all thanks to teacher Chang Xan and teacher Qiao Feng's care that Sherman and Kiki are having a concert in Provincial Capital University. Isn't it normal for me to invite teacher Qiao Feng to dinner? Dongfang Qing Shue said with a faint smile. Humph. The university's security team and our police team are protecting the beautiful girl duo every night. Why don't you invite them as well? Lu Bingbing was full of hostility towards Dongfang Qing Shue as if she had eaten gunpowder. Dongfang Qing Shue was also a little angry. She said indifferently, I can invite whoever I want. Do I need Miss Lu's permission? You can invite whoever you want. I don't care, but I care about Qiao Feng. Lu Bingbing didn't back down. Rao Sherman and the other 2 girls were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept the fact that the 2 fairy-like beauties were fighting for Qiao Feng's affections. At this moment, many rich young masters of the provincial capital had arrived. The scene of Lu Bingbing and Dongfang Qing Shue fighting for Qiao Feng's affections fell into their eyes. Dongfang Qing Shue had expressed her affection for Qiao Feng at the Soaring Cloud Mansion the night before. They didn't expect Dongfang Qing Shue to really like Qiao Feng. And that Lu Bingbing. How did an icy woman like her fall in love with Qiao Feng? Looking at Qiao Feng's face that was so ordinary that they couldn't remember it, the corners of the dozens of rich young masters' mouths twitched. They felt deeply hurt. Lu Bingbing and Dongfang Qing Shue fought for a while. They were equally matched. Dongfang Qing Shue didn't look at Lu Bingbing. Instead, she said to Qiao Feng, Teacher Qiao Feng, I've changed my mind. We don't need to celebrate outside. Why don't teacher Qiao Feng come with Sherman and Kiki to our Dongfang family's old mansion? Qing Shue will cook for you tonight. Dongfang Qing Shue threw a coquettish glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't help but admit that this fiancé of his was really alluring. The eyes of the rich young masters surrounding them had just popped out of their sockets when their jaws dropped to the ground. They had never heard of Dongfang Qing Shue inviting a man home. That was the Dongfang family's old mansion. The Crimson Dragon of China, Dongfang Mingwang, lived there. Qiao Feng isn't free. He has an appointment with me to have a candlelit dinner at my house tonight." Lu Bingbing suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm and glared at Dongfang Qing Shui with hostility. Lu Bingbing's subordinates rushed over after finishing their work. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were so frightened that they quickly ran back to evacuate the crowd. Dongfang Qing Shui's smiling face turned cold. Lu Bingbing's lily-white hand reached for the pistol behind her waist. The cold wind at night was bone-chilling. The confrontation between the two fairies of the provincial capital dropped the surrounding temperature by several degrees. No one dared to step forward to stop the fight. Do. Qin Feng's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. The ringtone was abrupt and piercing in the quiet environment. Qin Feng was having a headache because of the two women. He quickly picked up his cell phone and ran to the side to answer the call. "Teacher Qiao Feng, where are you?" "We're going to America. Come and find me." The call was from Prince William. Qin Feng immediately perked up. "What do you mean? Is there someone else going to America with us?" Qin Feng feigned ignorance and asked, "Yeah, I have a few American friends at school. They're coming with me. The more the merrier. We'll chat in the open space behind the biology lab. We'll wait for you." Prince William didn't wait for Qin Feng's reply and immediately hung up. Qin Feng knew the William family was about to make their move. He quickly took out the Dragon Gate's exclusive cell phone and sent a message to Yan Wushuang, telling her about the situation. After that, Lu Bingbing walked to Qin Feng's side. She glared at Qin Feng and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, why are you and Dongfang Qing Shui together again? Why can't you know your place? That woman is going to piss me off. I don't care. Go and scold her." This was the first time Qin Feng saw Lu Bingbing acting coquettishly and jealous. She was unruly and cute. Qin Feng couldn't help but want to hug her tightly and kiss her little lips. "Bingbing, I just found an important clue. I'm going to complete the mission now. I'll explain to you when I come back. I really have nothing to do with Dongfang Qing Shui." Qin Feng touched Lu Bingbing's pretty face. Lu Bingbing blushed, and her mood improved a little. Dongfang Qing Shui hurried over when she saw Lu Bingbing running to Qin Feng's side. "Teacher Qiao Feng, it's getting late. Come home with me and sure man." Dongfang Qing Shui took the initiative to invite Qiao Feng again. Lu Bingbing was unhappy again. "Stop daydreaming. Qiao Feng promised to go back with me. He won't go with you." The rich young masters didn't know what to say when they saw the two fairies of the capital bickering over Qiao Feng. Qin Feng's mind was on the mission. He wasn't in the mood to listen to the two women's bickering. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Bingbing, Qing Shui, stop arguing. I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'm going back to the dormitory to sleep. You guys can leave now." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he gave Lu Bingbing a meaningful glance. Lu Bingbing knew that Qin Feng was now a member of the Dragon Sect, so his missions must be very important. Lu Bingbing didn't act like a child anymore. She glared at Dongfang Qing Shui and left. "Qing Shui, take your man and Kiki home. Be careful on the way," Qin Feng said to Dongfang Qing Shui. A strange light flashed through Dongfang Qing Shui's beautiful eyes. She couldn't understand Qiao Feng anymore. Two great beauties invited him to their home, but he chose to sleep in the dormitory? Okay, then we'll go back. We'll invite teacher Qiao Feng next time if we have the chance. Uncle Ing, let's go. As soon as Dongfang Qing Shui finished speaking, a skinny black shadow suddenly landed behind her. It was an old man with a hunchback. His black training suit blended in with the night. Most of the old man's eyelids were drooping, and he walked with a limp. However, it was this seemingly weak old man that caused Qin Feng's heart to tremble. Qin Feng had been in a daze for a long time, but he didn't notice the old man's presence. Moreover, after observing for a while, Qin Feng still couldn't figure out the old man's strength. "Goodbye, teacher Qiao Feng." Uncle, look for me when you're free. Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo bade farewell to Qiao Feng and Chang Xen before leaving with Dongfang Qingshui. Chapter 653. Lu Bingbing, Dongfang Qingshui, and Dongfang Qingshui had left with the pretty girl group. The group of rich young masters felt bored and left as well. Qiao Feng, are you really going back to your room to sleep? Only Qin Feng and Chang Xen were left on the empty ground. Chang Xen finally regained her senses. Her impression of Qiao Feng was that he was a lecherous and wretched man. How could he reject the two fairy-like women who invited him? Chang Xen's heart raced. She wondered if Qiao Feng had fallen in love with her. He sent the other women away. Could it be that he wants to stay and confess his love to me? Of course, I'm not going back to my room to sleep. I have something important to do. Qin Feng didn't hide the truth from Chang Xen and walked towards the biology lab. Chang Xen's heart raced even faster. She was even more certain that Qin Feng wanted to confess his love to her. However, Chang Xen still had Qin Feng in her heart. She would never agree to Qiao Feng's request. You. Stop right there. Where are you going? You can't go any further. Chang Xen stopped abruptly and looked at Qiao Feng anxiously. Even Qin Feng was shocked by her sudden movements. Since Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo had left safely, the crazed students had dispersed. The empty old campus looked bleak and desolate under the dim light of the night. Occasionally, a gust of cold wind would blow. It was a terrifying feeling. Teacher Chang Xen, why can't I go in there? The place Qin Feng wanted to go to was the place Prince William told him about. Chang Xen suddenly jumped out to stop Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought she had discovered something, so he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. However, he didn't find anything unusual. It's so dark in there, and there's no one around. You can just tell me what you want to say here. I won't agree to your request anyway. Why are you bringing me there? Are you going to force yourself on me after I've rejected you? Chang Xen was angry and scared at the same time. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be such a bastard. Qin Feng's long hair was messy in the wind. His mind was in a mess. What is Chang Xen talking about? Miss Chang Xen, I'm just going there to relieve myself. What are you thinking? Moreover, I don't have anything to say to you. You're the one who's been following me. I thought you had some ulterior motives. Qin Feng had already guessed Chang Xen's intention, and he was speechless. Qin Feng felt that he usually focused on educating others and was strict with himself. He was always serious and had no distracting thoughts. Why was it that in the eyes of these beauties, he was a different person? I've seen through your disguise, and you're still trying to save face? You're worse than a beast. Humph. Chang Xen glared at Qin Feng angrily. She cursed at Qin Feng before she turned around and ran away. Qin Feng froze in the cold wind for a while. He thought that if he didn't have an urgent mission, he would have captured Chang Xen and ravaged her. If he didn't teach these women a good lesson every month, they would go crazy. Miss Qiao Feng, over here. Just as Qin Feng collected his thoughts, he heard someone calling him from afar. Qin Feng hastily bought a night vision talisman from the system and chanted an incantation in his heart. The night vision talisman turned into a wisp of smoke in Qin Feng's hand, and the scene in front of Qin Feng's eyes changed. The night sky brightened up, and there was white light everywhere. It felt like there was an excess of light, and there was nothing but white light. The trees and grass in the surroundings darkened. There were 4 figures in the distance. Qin Feng could see their faces clearly. They were the representatives of the St. Medic Institute's exchange group. All 4 of them were wearing black night suits, black gloves, and black cloth shoes. They were dressed in black from head to toe. The 4 of them were whispering to each other about something. They were holding black masks in their hands and putting them on. They were Prince William, Willis, Professor Mike, and Lecturer Tom, the representative of the lecture group. After the four of them put on their masks, Qin Feng could see who they were. "Is that you, Miss Prince William?" Qin Feng walked toward them. His voice was trembling, and he seemed to be afraid. "Miss Chiao Feng, it's me. Come here quickly. Our people are waiting for you." Prince William's voice came. Qin Feng's footsteps were very slow. He didn't know what the four of them were up to. If the four of them suddenly pounced on him, Qin Feng really didn't have the confidence to take them down. The four of them didn't have inner qi fluctuations. They didn't cultivate ancient martial arts at all. They were all abnormal mutants. "Miss Prince William, it's so dark here. Why are you all gathered here? Should we go to a brighter place?" Qin Feng's voice became more and more nervous. The more panicked he was, the more relieved Prince William and the others were. This time, the William family sent people to infiltrate provincial capital university, mainly to find someone to bring back. Qin Feng's appearance was completely unexpected, but Qin Feng was very important to the William family. Even if they had to disrupt the original plan, Professor Mike and Prince William decided to bring Qin Feng back. Everyone was afraid that Qin Feng's participation would mess up the original plan. However, when they saw Qin Feng's cowardly and ordinary appearance, they weren't worried that Qin Feng would cause any trouble. "Miss Chiao Feng, don't be afraid. We have many people on our side. Nothing will happen." Prince William leaped and arrived beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng screamed in fear. He kicked Prince William's abdomen and shouted, "Fuck, ghost, there's a ghost!" Prince William felt that Miss Chiao Feng wasn't a threat at all, so he didn't guard against Qin Feng when he jumped out. Qin Feng only used the strength of an ordinary person to kick Prince William away. "Prince William, are you okay?" The remaining three people quickly surrounded him. Prince William was the son of the William family's patriarch. If anything happened to him, these people wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. "Miss Chiao Feng, I'm Prince William. Why did you kick me?" Prince William held his abdomen and cried out in pain. He felt very wronged. After Qin Feng kicked Prince William, he saw three wild ghosts jump out. They pounced on everyone and kicked them fiercely. "You wild ghosts! How dare you come out in the middle of the night to scare me? I'll fight it out with you." Qin Feng chased after everyone and kicked them like crazy. Professor Mike and the others were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at him. However, they didn't attack Qin Feng. Everyone thought that Qin Feng was an ordinary person. Moreover, they wanted to lure Qin Feng back to the William family in the United States. If they really crippled or killed Qin Feng, then everyone's efforts would have been in vain. Professor Mike and the others didn't attack Qin Feng, but they could escape. Moreover, the three of them were very fast. Qin Feng couldn't catch up with them for a while. Since he couldn't hit them, Qin Feng turned around and ran back to Prince William. He kicked Prince William randomly. Prince William rolled back and forth on the ground in pain. His screams floated in the air above the biological laboratory. Professor Mike and the others didn't seem to want to reveal their identities. They could only stand by and watch. They didn't even say anything to stop him. "Miss Chiao Feng, stop hitting me. I'm Prince William." Prince William was really scared by the beating. He pulled off the mask on his head. This time, Qin Feng couldn't continue playing dumb even if he wanted to. He stared at Prince William with a surprised expression. He covered his mouth and shouted, "Fuck, Prince William, is it really you? Why are you wearing black stockings on your head in the middle of the night? You scared me to death." Qin Feng clenched his fists and placed them on his chest. He looked extremely scared. Prince William was already suppressing a bellyful of anger. When they heard Qin Feng say that he was wearing black stockings, Prince William, Professor Mike, and the others almost vomited blood. "Look carefully. This is a professional criminal's hood. Don't confuse the William family with those petty robbers and thieves, okay? Miss Chiao Feng, hurry and pull me up. I'm about to be beaten to death by you." Prince William couldn't complain to Qin Feng now. He could only suppress his anger. He planned to trick this idiot teacher back to his family and then teach him a lesson. It's a misunderstanding. Prince William actually has the bad habit of wearing stockings for a stroll in the middle of the night. You've really opened my eyes. Qin Feng chuckled and went to pull Prince William up. Prince William's mouth twitched violently. Miss Chow Feng, these aren't stockings. Oh, they aren't stockings? Then what are they? Qin Feng asked. Prince William didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that these were professional criminal clothes. Wouldn't that scare Miss Chow Feng away? Cough, cough. Miss Chow Feng, just treat them as stockings, Prince William said helplessly. Hey, I already said they were stockings. Prince William was too embarrassed to admit it. Everyone has a bad habit. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Oh, right, which female dormitory did you steal these stockings from? Is there any smell on it? Prince William felt his breathing quicken. He had the urge to kill someone. Prince William suddenly felt the strength in his hand disappear, and he fell to the ground on his butt. Ouch! It hurts. Miss Chow Feng, why did you suddenly let go when you were halfway through pulling? Prince William's butt had been kicked by Qin Feng a few times. Now it was about to break into 4 pieces. He began to cry out again. Qin Feng looked at Prince William with a fearful expression. Prince William, why do you have so many hairs on your hands? I've seen many American werewolf and vampire movies. Don't tell me your family is a werewolf. I know. You came here in the middle of the night to transform, right? Prince William's veins were twitching, and his blood was boiling. He really wanted to kill someone. Miss Chow Feng, I'm wearing gloves. Where did the hairs come from? Ah? So the furry feeling is the effect of the gloves? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm so sorry. Come, let me pull you up again. Qin Feng looked like he had a sudden realization. Prince William was really afraid of Qin Feng. He didn't dare to let Qin Feng pull him up again. No need. I'll get up myself. Prince William got up from the ground. His wretched figure made Professor Mike and the others feel sad. Qin Feng activated his clown mode to stall for time. He had just sent a message to Yan Wushuang not long ago. Yan Wushuang needed time to call people over from the Dragon Gate. After Prince William got up, he purposely kept a safe distance from Qin Feng. Qin Feng found it funny when he saw Prince William's scared expression. Prince Wei, are these people your friends? They want to go to America with us? Why are these people wearing stockings? Don't tell me you want to do something bad. Qin Feng tossed out a few questions in a row like a curious baby. Prince William's mouth twitched. Professor Mike unconsciously clenched his fists. The aura of the other 2 people also changed slightly. Chapter 654. Professor Chow Feng, those are my friends. Come with us to a place first. We have a few companions. Prince William pulled Qin Feng towards the biology lab. He didn't introduce Professor Mike and the others in detail. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng followed Prince William with a silly look. The group quickly arrived at the biology lab. Prince William led the way in. Professor Mike and the others followed behind Qin Feng and watched him enter the room. This was the old campus of Provincial Capital University. The biology lab had long been abandoned here. The room was dark, and with the help of the moonlight, they could see some spider webs. There was also the sound of rats scurrying. It was eerie and terrifying. Student Prince William, why did you bring me here? I don't want to go to America. Qin Feng was so nervous that his teeth were chattering. Prince William pretended not to hear Qin Feng and continued walking. He was afraid that if he spoke to Qin Feng, he would be angered half to death. They had already taken out their phones and turned on their flashlights. The 4 phones shone back and forth, and the room became much brighter. Qin Feng quickly looked around. This biology lab should have been abandoned for a long time. The tables were covered with a thick layer of dust. Some research instruments were still on the tables and in the corners. They looked tattered. "Student Prince William, you're not here to steal instruments, are you? I'm a teacher at Provincial Capital University. I won't be your accomplice in this kind of thing." Qin Feng suddenly stopped walking. Professor Mike, who was following behind him, wanted to slap Qin Feng until he fainted. Prince William had no choice but to stop. He squeezed out a bright smile and said, "Professor Qiao Feng, we're not here to steal instruments. We're here to look for treasures. It's said that there's a big treasure in the biology lab. Let's go in and take a look. When we get the treasure, how about we split it evenly?" "I don't believe it. If there's really a treasure, why did you call me here? The four of you are clearly enough." Qin Feng's brain was like a rattle drum. He continued to stall for time. A cold glint flashed through Prince William's black eyes. Clearly, he had lost his patience with Qin Feng. He gave Professor Mike, who was behind Qin Feng, a look. Professor Mike nodded slightly and suddenly slapped the back of Qin Feng's neck. "Stinking brat, you really talk too much," Professor Mike complained. As soon as he finished speaking, his old eyes flickered with disbelief. Professor Mike was confident that he could knock Qin Feng unconscious with one palm, but he didn't expect to miss. Qin Feng stood nearby and looked at Prince William and the other three warily. He still had some lingering shock in his heart. Professor Mike's attack speed was too fast. If Qin Feng hadn't put on the white cloud boots, he wouldn't have been able to dodge that palm strike. "You, what are you doing? Don't kidnap me. I'm just an ordinary teacher. I don't have any money." Qin Feng looked at the four of them nervously. The four of them were stunned. Prince William and the others did not expect that Professor Mike's attack would fail. Prince William had originally planned to knock Qin Feng unconscious with a single palm strike. That way, everything would be easy to handle. Now that Qin Feng was unaffected, things were getting more and more troublesome. "Teacher Qiao Feng, a vampire bat flew past your neck just now. My friend was helping you chase the bat away. Don't make a fuss about nothing. You are my teacher. Why would I hurt you?" Prince William's thoughts raced, but this kind of lie was too lowly. Professor Mike and the others didn't know what to say, so they nodded furiously. Qin Feng looked at Prince William doubtfully. After a long while, he finally said, "Prince William, why haven't your three friends said anything? Are they all mute? How pitiful." Qin Feng looked at Professor Mike and the other two with a sympathetic expression. The corners of their mouths, which were hidden under their black masks, were crooked. Professor Mike almost wanted to attack again, but when he thought of Qin Feng's lightning speed, he held back. "Ahem. Professor Qiao Feng, my friends are not mute. They just don't understand Chinese, so they can't understand what you're saying." Prince William casually made up an excuse and continued, "Let's not waste time. The treasure is right in front. Let's continue walking." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "I still don't believe that there are treasures. The four of you walk in front. I'll follow behind you." A cold light flashed in the eyes of Prince William and the other three. After a moment, Prince William said, "Okay, we'll go first. Professor Qiao Feng, follow closely. Don't get lost." After making his decision, Prince William didn't waste any more time. He walked in front and led the way. Professor Mike and the other two followed behind, while Qin Feng walked at the back. The biological laboratory was very spacious, and it was built like a maze. Qin Feng followed the few of them and turned here and there. He was about to get dizzy. "We're here." Prince William's voice suddenly came with a hint of excitement. "Professor Qiao Feng, the treasure is under this tunnel. We'll go down first. Follow us." Prince William was afraid that Qin Feng wouldn't agree. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and jumped into the tunnel. Professor Mike and the other two followed closely behind. When Qin Feng came back to his senses, the four of them had disappeared. "Wow, Professor Qiao Feng, there are so many treasures down there. Come down quickly." Prince William said excitedly. Qin Feng quickly walked to the entrance of the tunnel. The exit was hidden very well. It was at the corner of the biology lab, so normal people wouldn't be able to find it. That green-haired guy had been looking for the exit for a few days, but he clearly couldn't find it. Qin Feng had a hunch that there was danger down there. However, Qin Feng had a system mission to help Yan Wushuang find out the William family's secret plan. Moreover, Qin Feng had to complete the Dragon Gate mission, so he had to explore the tunnel. Is there really treasure? Then I'll come down. You guys hide first. I don't want to hit you. Qin Feng shouted at the bottom of the tunnel. Prince William and the other three surrounded the entrance of the tunnel. Their positions were very clever. Qin Feng couldn't see them. However, as long as Qin Feng jumped down, the four of them would attack Qin Feng at the same time. They didn't believe that they couldn't knock this brat out this time. Okay, we're all hiding far away. Professor Qiao Feng, come down quickly. Prince William deliberately ran deeper into the tunnel. His voice was obviously far away from the entrance of the tunnel. Qin Feng had already exchanged for a talisman of clairvoyance. He could clearly see the situation of the four of them. Bang! A muffled sound spread out. Suddenly, a scream came from the bottom of the tunnel. Willis thought that it was Qin Feng who jumped down. He was the first to jump up and kick Qin Feng. In the end, a huge rock came down. The rock directly hit Willis on the head, causing a huge bump. Fuck! Professor Qiao Feng, why did you throw a big rock down? Willis was seeing stars. Prince William and the other three were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The rock I threw didn't hit anyone, right? I just wanted to test how deep this tunnel is. Didn't I tell you guys to hide? Qin Feng saw the situation clearly. He was laughing so hard in his heart. The four of them were livid. The tunnel was not deep. They could see the bottom just by standing above. You fucking threw a rock to test the depth? Is there something wrong with your brain? Cough, cough. No one was hit. Fortunately, we hid far away. Professor Qiao Feng, hurry up and jump down. Otherwise, we won't wait for you. We'll split the treasure ourselves, Prince William said while suppressing his anger. Don't be anxious. I'm coming down now. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, another scream came from the tunnel. This time, it was Lecturer Representative Tom who was hit by the rock. Prince William and Professor Mike were too tired to complain. This time, they really took a few steps back. The thought of knocking Qin Feng out completely disappeared from their minds. When Qin Feng saw that the four of them had retreated far away, he chuckled and jumped down the tunnel. Prince William, are your two friends feeling unwell? Why are they holding their heads and squatting on the ground? Qin Feng looked at Willis and Tom with a blank expression. Prince William did not answer this question. He was afraid that he would curse Qin Feng if he opened his mouth. Prince Wei, continue to lead the way. Professor Mike said, but it was obvious that he had lowered his voice. Prince William continued to walk forward. Professor Mike and the other two followed behind. Qin Feng walked at the back and was on high alert. This tunnel was similar to the one Qin Feng and Greenhair discovered. Clearly, it was dug by the William family. Prince William seemed to be very familiar with the tunnel. Even when he encountered some forks, he did not stop at all. Soon he chose the direction to go. The five of them bent their bodies and moved forward in the pitch-black tunnel. After walking for an unknown period of time, a ray of light suddenly seeped in front of them. Prince William and the others obviously quickened their pace. The light also increased. We're here. Quick, let's go up. Prince William's voice was trembling. He seemed to be very excited. He slapped away the seal above his head and directly jumped up. Professor Mike and the other two also jumped up. Qin Feng used the talisman of clairvoyance to look up. It was actually a sealed room. The room was brightly lit and fully furnished. The space was more than 200 square meters. There were also many research instruments and equipment. A white-haired old man was staring at a microscope and studying a specimen. He was startled by the sudden intrusion of Prince William and the other three. Who are you people? How did you find this place? The old man was vigilant and somewhat astonished. Prince William did not care about the old man's words. Instead, he looked at Professor Mike and asked, "Is the target correct?" Professor Mike nodded. Prince William's eyes flickered with excitement. He stared at the old man like a hungry wolf staring at a little lamb. Senior Li Xingtian, the Chinese medicine divine physician of China. Hello. When Prince William and the others saw Li Xingtian, they forgot about Qin Feng in the tunnel. Li Xingtian's expression changed. He stared at Prince William for a long time and asked, "Are you people from the William family?" Haha. Senior Li Xingtian is indeed smart. Since you've already guessed our identity, then come with us, Prince William said with a smile. After Li Xingtian confirmed the other party's identity, he suddenly became agitated and shouted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Even if I die here, I won't go back with you." Senior Li Xingtian, why are you doing this? We could have been good friends. Why do you want to be our enemy? Prince William's expression suddenly turned cold and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. However, Li Xingtian acted as if he did not see it. He was not afraid of Prince William. Your William family killed my woman, kidnapped my daughter, and now you want me to help you study humans? That's a fool's dream. In order to avoid you, I've been hiding in this small space for 5 years. I've had enough of this kind of hiding life. Now that you've found me, kill me quickly, and I'll be free. Li Xingtian was unmoved by force or persuasion. Prince William and the other three looked somewhat embarrassed. Qin Feng squatted in the tunnel and listened to the conversation above. Many doubts arose in his heart. The Chinese medicine divine physician, Li Xingtian, who disappeared 5 years ago, was hiding in the abandoned laboratory of Provincial Capital University. And the William family secretly infiltrated Provincial Capital University to capture Li Xingtian? Chapter 655. Li Xingtian was unwilling to leave, and Prince William and his companions remained silent with cold faces. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to a freezing point. Prince William glanced at Professor Mike without batting an eyelid. Professor Mike nodded slightly. In the next second, the two of them pounced on Li Xingtian from both sides at lightning speed. They wanted to capture Li Xingtian alive. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Prince William and Professor Mike stopped immediately. The four of them looked at the pistol in Li Xingtian's hand in astonishment. I don't agree to go back with you. Are you trying to kidnap me? You are really a bunch of bandits. If you dare to come any closer, I will kill myself. Li Xingtian placed the muzzle of the gun on his temple. His face was cold and determined. Prince William and his companions did not dare to act rashly. They could tell that Li Xingtian really dared to shoot. Senior Li Xingtian, the William family has sincerely sent us to China to invite you as a guest. Why are you so stubborn? Prince William looked at Li Xingtian helplessly. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know what the William family has been doing behind the scenes? You are a bunch of demons, scarier than demons. Li Xingtian was very agitated. His aged finger on the trigger trembled. Prince William and his companions were terrified. They were afraid that the gun would go off by accident. Buzz! A strange energy wave suddenly appeared, and Professor Mike's Black Knight suit fluttered even though there was no wind. Li Xingtian's expression changed drastically. He seemed to realize something and quickly pulled the trigger. However, before his index finger could press down, the pistol in his hand suddenly disappeared. Li Xingtian, what else do you have to resist? Professor Mike looked at Li Xingtian with a playful expression as he held Li Xingtian's pistol in his hand. The other three were not surprised by this scene. Qin Feng and Li Xingtian, on the other hand, were extremely shocked. Professor Mike definitely did not move. Even Qin Feng could not figure out how he managed to get Li Xingtian's pistol. Humph. So what if you took my pistol? Who can stop me if I want to die? Li Xingtian quickly regained his senses after a brief moment of shock. Suddenly, the air around him became violent and messed up his white hair. The expressions of Prince William and the other three changed greatly. Although they did not understand Hua Xia ancient martial arts, they had fought with too many Hua Xia ancient martial arts practitioners. Li Xingtian's current action was obviously self-detonating his inner qi. Simply put, he was committing suicide. Li Xingtian, are you crazy? Stop! Prince William shouted angrily. Professor Mike's face also became gloomy. He seemed to be at his wits' end. The airflow around Li Xingtian's body was getting stronger and stronger. His hair was standing on top of his head, and his white tank suit was bulging. The meridians on his arms and forehead began to swell, bulging on his skin as if they were going to burst at any time. It was a terrifying sight to behold. You demons, even if I die, I won't help you harm people. Li Xingtian's eyes bulged out, as if they were going to fall out of their sockets at any moment. His expression was incomparably ferocious, as if he was suffering from severe pain. Prince William and the other three began to panic. They had come to Kyoto University to find Li Xingtian and bring him back to the William family. If Li Xingtian's suicide was successful, Prince William's plan would fail. Then all their efforts would be in vain. Li Xingtian, if you die, what about your daughter? Don't you want to see her? Prince William said hurriedly when he saw that Li Xingtian's body was about to explode. Li Xingtian's breath instantly subsided. His clothes stuck to his body, his white hair fell down, and the veins on his forehead and arms slowly recovered. Li Xingtian had a complicated expression on his face. He stared at Prince William for a while and asked, Where's my daughter? Give Avril back to me now. Qin Feng, who was hiding in the tunnel, almost fell when he heard the name. Li Xingtian's daughter is called Avril? Could it be the same person as Avril from the St. Medical College? While Qin Feng was guessing, he suddenly saw a shocking scene. In the room above, an invisible energy fluctuated, and a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. It was Avril, one of the representatives from the St. Medical College. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out where Avril came from. Since Qin Feng bought the talisman of clairvoyance from the system, he had scanned his surroundings. There was only one entrance to the secret chamber where Li Xingtian was hiding. Qin Feng had been squatting in the tunnel, so it was impossible for Avril to go up. So where did she come from? Also, how could Avril be Li Xingtian's daughter? Isn't this woman a member of the William family? This sudden turn of events really confused Qin Feng. When Li Xingtian saw Avril, he suddenly became emotional. He rushed to Avril and hugged her in his arms. Avril, is that you? It's really you. I'm so sorry. I've implicated you and your mother. Li Xingtian looked like he was in his 60s. His hair was white, and his face was full of vicissitudes. From his eyes and wrinkled face, one could tell that he was a man with a story. He had been through too much. An old man like him, who wasn't afraid of death, silently shed tears when he saw Avril. Senior Li Xingtian, because you have been hiding for 5 years, we have been unable to find you, so we have placed Miss Avril in the William family. For the past 5 years, our family has taken good care of your daughter and definitely did not let her suffer any harm. Our William family has good intentions towards Senior Li Xingtian. Senior may have misunderstood us. A crafty glint flashed in Prince William's eyes. He looked at Li Xingtian with a deadpan expression. Li Xingtian's expression kept changing. The moment he saw his daughter, he was also stunned. Li Xingtian had always thought that the William family had killed his wife and kidnapped his daughter. Could it be that he had really guessed wrong? As if he saw the change in Li Xingtian's eyes, Prince William continued, Senior Li Xingtian, actually the William family met Miss Avril by chance. At that time, someone was hunting her, so we saved her. After that, we've been looking for you. Now that we finally found you, we immediately brought your daughter here so that you and your daughter can reunite Prince William spoke as if it was the truth. If he didn't know the identity of Avril and Prince William, he would have believed his nonsense. Li Xingtian's expression started to soften. He was losing his ability to judge. Avril, tell me quickly, did these people kidnap you and put you under house arrest for 5 years? Did they bully you? Li Xingtian suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly asked Avril, who was in his arms. Avril hadn't said a word since she entered the house. Her expression was indifferent. Even when she saw her father, Li Xingtian, she didn't react. Dad, they're telling the truth. When I was being hunted down, I almost lost my life. It was the William family who saved me. Without the William family's protection and care, I would have starved to death on the streets. Avril's voice was flat and emotionless. Li Xingtian looked at his daughter in shock. Then he looked at Prince William and the others. Could it be that he had wronged the William family? One mistake for 5 years? If it wasn't the William family, then who killed his wife and now hunted his daughter? Senior Li Xingtian, because of your outstanding research in the field of biology, especially the new biological genetic technology that you've successfully researched, this technology is very useful to the William family. Therefore, we would like to invite you to the William family to help us. Of course, to express our gratitude to you, the William family is willing to continue protecting you and your daughter. We will also send people to find the murderer who killed your wife and daughter. Prince William threw out another bait. He gradually led Li Xingtian into a trap. Li Xingtian looked at his daughter, who was safe and sound in his arms. His heart wavered. Even if Li Xingtian knew that the William family's experiments were cruel and the purpose of the experiments was uncertain, for the sake of his daughter's safety, Li Xingtian had no choice but to agree to Prince William's request. All right, I agree to go back with you. Li Xingtian hesitated for a moment before he finally agreed. For his daughter, he was willing to do anything. Hearing Li Xingtian's agreement, Prince William and the others smiled. Avril's beautiful eyes also flashed with a glimmer of light. Haha, Senior Li Xingtian will definitely be proud of your decision today. Let's leave this place now. Prince William chuckled and walked toward Li Xingtian. Rumble. Before Prince William could reach Li Xingtian, a sudden loud noise sounded. The ground under Li Xingtian's feet collapsed, and he fell into the tunnel with Avril. What's going on? Avril, are you all right? Li Xingtian hugged his daughter to protect her. As soon as he landed, Li Xingtian ignored his own injuries and asked Avril, who was in his arms. Avril was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. She hurriedly looked around, and just as her beautiful eyes fell on Qin Feng smiled and slapped Avril, knocking her out. Who are you? How dare you hurt my daughter? I'll kill you. Seeing his daughter unconscious, Li Xingtian's eyes turned bloodshot like an enraged beast. Bang! Li Xingtian slapped his palm, but Qin Feng dodged it easily. The palm landed on the stone wall of the tunnel and smashed a layer of gravel down. Senior Li, you've been tricked by those people. They're here to trick you into going to the William family. Come with me first. I'll explain to you in detail when we find a safe place. Qin Feng could tell Li Xingtian's strength from his attack. He was a stage 2 inner Qi martial artist. This kind of strength posed no threat to Qin Feng. Ignoring Li Xingtian's reaction, Qin Feng grabbed Avril with one hand and Li Xingtian with the other and ran out. Damn it, it's Jiao Feng. There's something wrong with that brat. Professor Mike had already jumped into the tunnel and reported the situation to the people above. Hurry up and chase after him. Prince William didn't think too much. He jumped into the tunnel and chased after Qin Feng. Qin Feng was carrying a person in each hand, so he was already at a great disadvantage. Li Xingtian wasn't well behaved and kept struggling to attack Qin Feng. Luckily, Qin Feng had obtained the white cloud boots from a quest not too long ago. These blue-grade boots weren't just for show. When he ran, it was like he was flying. Who are you? Are you the one who's been chasing after my daughter? Let us go now." Li Xingtian yelled and screamed. Qin Fin was also filled with anger. This was really a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin's hand. "Senior Li, I'm a new Chinese medicine teacher at Provincial Capital University. The 4 people chasing after me were sent by the William family to capture you. And your daughter? How could she be your daughter? Not long ago, she came here as the representative of the exchange group of the St. Second Medical College. She's in cahoots with those people. Are you sure you've got the wrong person?" Qin Fin explained to Li Xingtian as he ran. Chapter 656. Li Xingtian was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What's your name?" "Qiao Feng. You're Professor Qiao Feng, the one who's been famous in Provincial Capital University recently." Li Xingtian was slightly surprised. "That's me. I didn't expect that I'd be so famous after coming to Provincial Capital University for such a short period of time." "Senior Li." Qin Feng was very pleased with himself. "Yes, you're indeed famous. I heard that you're lecherous and dissolute. You take advantage of both the young and old. Even the campus belle and female teachers have fallen into your poisonous claws." As Li Xingtian spoke, Qin Feng's face darkened. Before Li Xingtian could continue, Qin Feng hastily interrupted him. "Ahem! Senior Li, don't believe some things unless you see them with your own eyes. People nowadays are so stupid that they can't stand others being more outstanding than them. They always like to create rumors to attack those outstanding people." Li Xingtian's mouth twitched. He had known Qin Feng for less than 10 minutes, but he was already defeated by Qin Feng's shamelessness. "There's a surveillance room in my hidden residence that can see 3/4 of the campus. There's also a surveillance camera in your classroom. I've watched a few of your classes, and you've openly flirted with female students. You don't have to quibble about this. You're too ordinary, so I didn't recognize you at first glance." Although Li Xingtian had been hiding in the hidden residence for 5 years, he was not completely isolated from the world. On the contrary, Li Xingtian was always in control of Provincial Capital University's situation. He could also understand the development of the outside world through the internet. It was precisely because he used the internet that the William family gradually discovered his whereabouts and came looking for him. Qin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He didn't know what to say after listening to Li Xingtian's words. Li Xingtian was just making a casual remark, so he changed the topic. "What you said just now was the truth. Is my daughter part of the student delegation from St. Medical University?" The more Li Xingtian thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He had discovered many flaws in Prince William's words. "Can't you see 3/4 of the campus? Didn't you see it yourself?" Qin Feng seemed to be still angry from earlier, and his tone was full of complaints. Li Xingtian smiled helplessly and said, "Recently I found out that my network was being tracked, so I haven't been connecting to the internet. I even turned off the signal in the surveillance room. If you hadn't told me about the situation, I wouldn't have known that Avril was actually the representative of the St. Medic Institute." After hearing Li Xingtian's words, Qin Feng quickly deduced that the secret room that Li Xingtian had been hiding in for 5 years was probably discovered through his network signal. "Then how do you explain my daughter's words? You were hiding in the tunnel just now, so you should have heard our entire conversation." Li Xingtian also began to suspect Prince William and the others, but Avril was his daughter. How could Avril's words be fake? Before, Qin Feng didn't understand Avril's behavior, but now he seemed to have some idea. "There's something wrong with your daughter. You said she disappeared for 5 years? 5 years is enough to brainwash a person. Maybe your daughter has been brainwashed as well." Over the past few days, Qin Feng had gotten a rough idea of the William family's background from Prince William. It was said that the William family could transform ordinary people into superhumans. With such a powerful family, brainwashing Avril was a piece of cake. Li Xingtian's expression changed drastically and his eyes glinted. He remembered that Avril was very calm and indifferent when she saw him. How was this the reaction of a daughter who had been separated for 5 years when she saw her father? It seemed like Avril had really been brainwashed. Shit, I forgot the way I came here. This tunnel extends in all directions, and there are so many forks. Where should I go now? Qin Feng stared at the 4 forks in front of him and felt a headache coming on. Although he was wearing the white cloud boots, he couldn't use the white cloud boots to their maximum speed in this narrow tunnel. Moreover, Qin Feng was running away with Li Xingtian and Avril, and the 4 people chasing them were getting closer and closer. Go to the right passage. Li Xingtian's anxious voice sounded. Ah, are you sure? Now that Li Xingtian was back to normal, Qin Feng didn't need to control him anymore. Qin Feng carried Avril on his back and touched Avril's smooth thighs, his heart beating faster. I was the one who dug this tunnel. Do you think I'm not sure? Li Xingtian rolled his eyes at Qin Feng and ran to the right passage. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. So Li Xingtian was the one who dug this tunnel? Qin Feng always thought it was the William family. Left. The tunnel at the top. Turn right at the tunnel in front. Run to the end and turn left. There's an exit there. Li Xingtian gave directions, and Qin Feng ran as fast as he could with the 2 of them. Under Li Xingtian's guidance, Qin Feng's speed became faster and faster. Prince William and the other 3 were already out of sight. I can see the light. I can finally go to the surface. I don't need to dig tunnels anymore. Qin Feng ran to the exit and slapped the sealed manhole cover away. Moonlight and a cool breeze rushed in. Qin Feng felt as if he had just escaped from a coal house. Qin Feng carried the unconscious Avril and wanted to push her up first. Suddenly, Li Xingtian shouted angrily from behind, "Yaya! You stinking brat, where are you touching? Don't touch my girl or I'll kill you." Qin Feng was embarrassed that his little action was discovered. He quickly withdrew his hand from Avril's thighs and placed it on her, but, "You brat, you can't even touch her, but—" Li Xingtian roared angrily again. Qin Feng curled his lips and ignored Avril. He rolled his eyes at Li Xingtian and said, "Then do it yourself. You're taking my kindness for granted." "You're being kind? I still have a video of you teasing a student in class in my secret room. Do you want me to send you a copy?" Li Xingtian glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately fell silent. Li Xingtian went to Avril's side and was instantly put in a difficult position. Avril had grown into a young lady, so Li Xingtian couldn't just hug his girl and push her up. The footsteps behind him got closer and closer. Li Xingtian blew his beard and glared at Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, you're lucky. Hurry up and push Avril up." Qin Feng was secretly pleased. On the surface, he said indifferently, "You're really troublesome, old man. Why do you keep changing?" Qin Feng grumbled as he held Avril's thighs and pushed her up. Li Xingtian saw that Qin Feng's big hands were constantly naughty. Li Xingtian was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. "Senior Li, it's your turn." Qin Feng pushed Avril up and turned to look at Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian staggered and almost fell. He yelled angrily, "Jump up first, then pull me up." Qin Feng didn't think much of it and jumped to the ground. At this time, Li Xingtian's soft murmur came from the tunnel. "I don't know what young people are thinking these days. Want to touch an old man's butt? No way." Qin Feng's body suddenly froze in midair, and he almost fell to the ground. "Teacher Qiao Feng, what are you doing? Don't run, wait for us." Prince William's yell came from below as soon as the 3 of them reached the ground. Li Xingtian's expression became nervous. He had stayed in the William family and knew how powerful these mutants were. Qin Feng looked around in the darkness. They had climbed to the back of the biology lab through the tunnel. There was actually another tunnel entrance here. Clearly, it was an exit that Green Hair hadn't discovered. "Qiao Feng, take Avril and leave first." I'll block these people. Remember, help me take care of Avril. This child lost her mother when she was young. I don't know what she's been through these 5 years. I don't want her to suffer anymore. You must protect her and don't let the William family take her away. Li Xingtian thought quickly and quickly made a decision. He knew that none of them would be able to escape if the 3 of them left together. If he stayed and blocked the 4 people in the tunnel, he could buy Qin Feng and his daughter some time to escape. Senior Li, what do you mean by this? You want me to take care of Avril for the rest of her life? Qin Feng was astonished. Li Xingtian immediately became angry and yelled at Qin Feng. You stinking brat, you just touched my girl's back. Now you want to take care of her for the rest of her life and you want to run away? Qin Feng was confused by this word game. It took him a long time to recover. Was this senior Li Xingtian really not a language teacher? Hey, where are you going, stinking brat? You actually left me and Avril behind? I've really misjudged you. After Qin Feng regained his senses, he turned and ran. Li Xingtian's face was flushed. He picked up his daughter and prepared to leave. Dong, dong, dong. A series of loud noises came from afar. Li Xingtian was stunned by the scene before him. Under the quiet night sky, a huge stone lion was slowly advancing. The stone lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The carving was vivid and lifelike. Li Xingtian was so scared that he fell on his butt. He thought he saw a ghost. Senior Li, why are you still standing there? Come and help me. I'm about to be crippled from exhaustion. Qin Feng's voice came from behind the stone lion. Li Xingtian's expression changed continuously. His brain couldn't process what was going on. Qin Feng didn't expect that old geezer Li Xingtian to help him carry the stone lion. The old geezer might die of exhaustion halfway. Qin Feng carried the stone lion that weighed 1 ton by himself. Every step he took left a deep footprint. The ground trembled slightly. Those who didn't know better would think it was an earthquake. Professor Mike, there's an exit here. Let's go. Prince William had already arrived at the exit and was about to jump up. Bang! At the same time, Qin Feng threw the 1-ton stone lion directly at the tunnel entrance, smashing a small pit in the ground. Roar! In the tunnel, Prince William screamed more miserably than a pig being slaughtered. He hit his head on the stone lion's leg. It was a stone lion made of solid stone. Prince William felt his skull was about to split open. Snot and tears flowed uncontrollably from his nose. Prince William, are you okay? Professor Mike and the other 2 hurried over. They saw Prince William hit the stone lion's leg. Just looking at it made the 3 of them feel a toothache. Fuck his grandpa. Hurry up and get this stone lion away. I want to catch Li Xingtian and skin that idiot Xiao Feng alive. The anger that Prince William had been holding back for the whole night completely erupted. He finally understood that Xiao Feng had been acting. He didn't want to go to America. He obviously wanted to find Li Xingtian. You guys take Prince William and retreat. Professor Mike's old eyes were also flickering with intense flames. As one of the few level 4 arcanists in an arcanist family, he had never been so embarrassed. Bang! Professor Mike slapped his palm. His skinny palm didn't land on the stone lion, but the stone lion made a loud noise and shook slightly. Chapter 657. Whoosh! The moment Qin Feng threw the 1-ton stone lion down, he was so tired that his head went limp and he fell to the ground. However, Qin Feng's talisman of clairvoyance was still in effect. He kept checking the situation in the tunnel. Qin Feng was overjoyed when he saw Prince William being hit and Professor Mike fuming with anger. Xiao Feng, I wronged you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Li Xingtian finally regained his senses and came to Qin Feng's side with a smile on his face. All right, words that have been spoken are like water that has been spilled. I've remembered everything you said just now. There's no point in saying more now. Qin Feng was a very vengeful person. He glared angrily at Li Xingtian. Hee. I said those words in a moment of anger. How could Brother Qiao Feng leave me and Avril alone? Even if you are beaten to death, you will definitely protect our safety. Professor Li Xingtian continued to smile. Qin Feng curled his lips. He did not know how Li Xingtian saw that he was not afraid of sacrifice. Even Qin Feng himself did not realize it. Let's go quickly. My companions will come to pick us up. When we get to a safe place, I still have some questions to ask you. Qin Feng became serious. The reason why he tried his best to save Li Xingtian was mainly because the system still had a quest: investigate the William family's behind-the-scenes plan. Qin Feng believed that Li Xingtian must know these secrets. Okay, let's go. Li Xingtian also stopped smiling and looked serious. Although there was a huge stone lion blocking the tunnel entrance, the William family's ability was very strange. Qin Feng and Li Xingtian did not dare to let their guard down. Buzz! The two of them carried Avril and ran a few steps when a strange energy wave suddenly surged behind them, for black shadows floated in the air. The cold wind surged and blew at their clothes. These 4 people were Prince William, and the others... Fuck, what's going on? Qin Feng's foot slipped, and he almost fell. He could not help but think of the scene in the tunnel where the pistol in Li Xingtian's hand disappeared into thin air, and the scene where Avril appeared out of thin air. Li Xingtian was also stunned, but he quickly recovered and exclaimed, "It's Mike, the William family's level 4 spatial ability user, Mike." What does a rank 4 spatial ability mean? Qin Feng knew very little about ability users. Bang! Before Li Xingtian could even open his mouth, his entire body was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Qin Feng was stunned by this scene. Li Xingtian was by Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng didn't see anyone approach Li Xingtian, nor did anyone attack him. But Li Xingtian was sent flying just like that? Haha, my teacher Qiao Feng, you've really hidden yourself well enough. You fucking played me like a monkey? You think it's fun, don't you? I'm going to break your legs right now. The 4 people in the air had already landed on the ground. Mike stood in place without moving, the night clothes on his body flapping in the wind. Prince William and the other 2 surrounded Qin Feng in a triangular formation. Qin Feng's eyes were like torches as he stared vigilantly at the 3 people's every move. These mutants were too strange. Rumble! Willis suddenly swung his fist and attacked Qin Feng first. His fists were ablaze, and the flames spread all over his arms, but Willis remained calm, as though he could not feel the heat of the flames. Bang! Qin Feng didn't have the time to be surprised. Qin Feng's body was covered by the sacred azure battle armor. The flames didn't spread when they landed on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng unleashed the strength of a stage 7 inner chi expert with one punch. Willis couldn't even withstand a single blow and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. How could this be? Prince William and Tom, who were about to attack Qin Feng, stopped in their tracks. They had guessed that Qiao Feng was an ancient martial artist, but they didn't expect him to be a powerful martial artist. He had to be at least a stage 5 inner chi cultivator to be able to injure Willis with one punch. Who the hell are you? Prince William glared at Qiao Feng. He was a completely different person from the Prince William who called Qiao Feng teacher Qiao Feng with a smile. I'm Qiao Feng, a Chinese medicine lecturer at Provincial Capital University. Prince William, don't you recognize me? I've been toying with you like a monkey for the past few days. How could you forget me? Qin Feng chuckled as he looked at Prince William. Prince William was so angry that his face turned green. After sending Willis flying with one punch, Qin Feng calmed down. He realized that people with special abilities weren't as scary as he imagined. These people could only release fire and ice skills. Qin Feng could even release the destructive fire. Why should he be afraid of him? You're courting death. Prince William roared and threw a punch at Qin Feng. Mike, help us attack. Whoosh! A layer of ice appeared on Qin Fun's fist before it reached Qin Fun. Prince William's fist turned into an ice sword and pierced Qin Fun's chest. Clang! 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 Prince William's eyes lit up. His ice sword was extremely sharp, but it couldn't pierce through Qin Fun's body. Prince William quickly shouted, "He's wearing a hidden battle armor. Everyone be careful." Prince William didn't want to continue fighting after his attack failed. He quickly retreated. "Humph! You want to leave?" "No way." Qin Fun's lips curled into a cold smile. He had already swung his iron fist, and it was about to land on Prince William's head. If this punch didn't split Prince William's head open, it would at least give him a severe concussion. A strange energy wave spread. Qin Fun's fist landed and whistled through the air. Did he miss? Where is he? Prince William, who was in front of Qin Fun just a second ago, suddenly disappeared. This miraculous scene happened a few times, and Qin Fun seemed to have guessed the reason. "Qin Fun, be careful behind you. Mike is a level 4 spatial ability user. He can teleport and control other objects." Li Xingtian's anxious voice came. Qin Fun could already feel the chill behind him, but the speed was too fast for Qin Fun to dodge. Bang! Like a magic trick, Prince William moved from in front of Qin Fun to behind him and punched Qin Fun. A chill spread from Qin Fun's body. His sacred azure battle armor was covered in a layer of ice. The ice quickly spread to Qin Fun's entire body. Qin Fun felt like he was trapped in a cocoon, unable to move at all. Boom! Like a mummy, Qin Fun flew through the air and fell to the ground. In the next moment, Prince William and the other two were moved by Mike to Qin Fun's side. Prince William sneered. His body was wrapped in ice, forming a handsome and cool armor. Flames floated around William's hands, illuminating the darkness around him. Tom's body did not change, and Qin Fun still did not know what his ability was. "Teacher Chiao Feng, you disappoint me." Prince William smiled cruelly and stepped on Qin Fun's stomach. Crack! The ice covering Qin Feng's body was shattered by the stomp, but in the next second, new ice appeared and filled in the cracks. Cough, cough! Are you disappointed? I see that you are very happy to be played. Qin Feng coughed violently a few times. He endured the pain and did not make a sound. He looked at Prince William mockingly. "You still dare to be so stubborn? I will break your dog leg." Prince William was completely enraged. He lifted his foot and was about to step on Qin Fun again. Suddenly, there are several wind-breaking sounds in the air, followed by a delicate voice. "Bastard, you dare to touch my people? You are courting death." Chapter 658. Who are you? Get out of my sight or you'll die. Professor Mike's hoarse voice echoed in the air. His black night suit fluttered, and a strange energy wave rippled in the air. Yan Wushuang's short, purple hair was very eye-catching. She wore a black, tight-fitting leather jacket, which showed off her curvaceous figure. She wore a black veil on her face. She ignored Professor Mike's words and leaped to Qin Feng's side. "Stab!" Yan Wushuang waved her hand, and a pair of daggers appeared in her hand. She brandished the daggers and struck Qin Feng's body, hitting the ice that covered his body. Crack! 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 The thick ice cracked layer by layer like a spider web. Qin Feng exerted his strength, and all the ice on his body flew out. Many of them fell on the ground a dozen meters away. "Yan Wushuang, it's you? You framed me at Lotus Lake, saved me at Cloud City Hua Mansion Phase 2, and crashed my BMW at Heppingtown. Are you crazy?" The first thing Qin Feng did after he got rid of the ice was not to deal with Prince William and the others. Instead, he yelled at the woman in front of him. Qin Feng had been looking for the woman with short purple hair and black leather suit. She was an expert in throwing knives. Qin Feng did not expect her to show up again. However, he did not expect her to be Yan Wushuang. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Yan Wushuang." The woman was wearing a black veil, and it was impossible to see her face clearly in the dark. If Qin Feng did not have the ability of the talisman of clairvoyance, he would not have been able to see the familiar and beautiful face under the black veil. How dare you quibble? Other than Yan Wushuang, who else in Jindu could have such big breasts and such a perky? But Qin Feng stared at Yan Wushuang angrily. Yan Wushuang was speechless. Are you crazy? Why do you stare at my breasts and but all day long? Don't you know it's rude? Yan Wushuang saw that her identity had been exposed, so she stopped pretending. She tore off the black veil on her face. Qin Feng was not surprised. He had seen Yan Wushuang's face through the talisman of clairvoyance. He asked angrily, "Who are you? Why did you harm me one moment and save me the next?" "We'll talk about this when we get back." "Of course, that is if we can make it back alive." Yan Wushuang did not explain, and there was no time for her to do so. Yan Wushuang's gaze fell on Professor Mike and the other three, and a trace of panic flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. "Fine, after this, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't forgive you." Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Yan Wushuang. Then he looked at the empty surroundings and shouted, "Brothers of the Dragon Sect, there's no need to hide anymore. Come out and let's take down the people of the William family." Qin Feng's voice was loud and clear. Prince William and the others' expressions changed drastically. They quickly looked around vigilantly. After a while, no one responded to Qin Feng, let alone the scene of dozens of experts flying out at once. Yan Wushuang's face turned pale. She looked as if she wanted to bite Qin Feng to death. She quickly pulled Qin Feng's arm and whispered, "Don't shout. I came here alone." "Holy shit! You didn't call for help? Are you kidding me? Didn't I inform you in advance? How could you come here alone?" Qin Feng was so angry that he jumped up. He had never seen such a stupid partner like Yan Wushuang. "Ahem. I didn't know the situation, clearly. I thought you only found some small information. I didn't expect to fight the boss tonight, and you didn't explain, clearly. I really regret partnering with you. I've never seen such a stupid person like you." Yan Wushuang was very dissatisfied with Qin Feng and complained. Qin Feng was so angry that his mouth became crooked. If Yan Wushuang was not a beautiful woman, Qin Feng would have sent her flying with a kick. "Hee, isn't this Miss Yan Wushuang? You really hid yourself well. So, you are from the Dragon Sect. Then your marriage with Williams is obviously just a show. Are you trying to infiltrate the William family?" Professor Mike said with suppressed anger after he learned that the Dragon Sect did not send any other reinforcements. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Yan Wushuang and Williams are married? Qin Feng thought that if he killed Williams, he would have killed Yan Wushuang's fiancée. The Chinese government is indeed sinister and cunning. They will do anything to achieve their goals. Prince William and the other three were furious after Yan Wushuang's identity was exposed. Yan Wushuang sneered, "Ha! Are you talking about yourselves? The Chinese government is sinister and cunning? The William family is the real sinister and shameless people. How many innocent lives have you killed to research on metahumans? You found out that Li Xingtian's new biological genetic technology is useful for your research on adepts, and that the Chinese Needle of Providence can increase the survival rate of adepts modified. You didn't hesitate to kill Li Xingtian's wife, kidnap his daughter, and even brainwash Avril so that Avril would come back to deceive his father. Only the William family would do such inhumane things. As a member of the Dragon Sect, Yan Wushuang had a lot of information. Recently, the Dragon Sect had been investigating the William family's research and secrets. Yan Wushuang knew the William family very well. "It's a trap? You scum! How dare you brainwash my daughter? I'm going to kill you all." Li Xingtian lost his mind when he learned the truth. He put down his daughter and lunged at Prince William. Bang! Before Li Xingtian could get close to Prince William, he was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. He was severely injured. Qin Feng knew that Mike had used his dimension special ability again. Qin Feng was a little afraid of Mike's dimension special ability. The panic in Yan Wu Shuang's eyes intensified. She knew the classification of special abilities. A level 4 dimension special ability was equivalent to a stage 8 inner Qi expert in China. Yan Wu Shuang was only a stage 7 inner Qi expert. She had placed all her hopes on Qin Feng. "Senior, are you all right?" Qin Feng came to Li Xingtian's side and put a healing pill in his mouth. "Qiao Feng, I'm not dead yet. Don't worry about me. Take Avril away. She's the only person I care about in this world. Please take care of Avril for the rest of her life, Qiao Feng." Li Xingtian's voice was weak. He was so focused on his daughter that he didn't care about his own injuries. It was such a touching moment, but Qin Feng was lost in thought. He wondered if Li Xingtian was talking about the rest of her life or the rest of her life. "Senior Li Xingtian, are you willing to be my disciple and join my hero alliance?" Qin Feng asked solemnly. Li Xingtian was surprised and angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to take care of my daughter for the rest of her life. Don't try to change the topic." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He explained, "Senior Li, I'm serious. Are you willing to join the Hero Alliance?" Qin Feng was completing the founder's mission. He wanted to recruit 10 disciples who were at least stage 6 inner Qi. Li Xingtian was only a stage 2 inner Qi expert, but Qin Feng had studied the mission. He could temporarily accept Li Xingtian as a candidate disciple. As long as Li Xingtian broke through to stage 6 inner Qi, he would automatically become a member of the Hero Alliance. Although Qin Feng could find 10 stage 6 inner Qi experts and make them join the Hero Alliance, he didn't plan to do so. After all, the Hero Alliance was very powerful. Qin Feng only accepted people he liked. At least, these people wouldn't betray Qin Feng. Li Xingtian was one of the people Qin Feng approved of. Li Xingtian was furious when he saw Qin Feng's serious expression. "Why are you still concerned about this kind of nonsense at a time like this? Plus, I've never played League of Legends before. How can I join your team? You're not asking me to join a tournament, are you?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he almost fainted. He yelled angrily, "I'm talking about a sect, not a game. If you agree to join the Hero Alliance, I can promise to take care of your daughter." "Okay, it's settled then. Let me make this clear. I don't even have an account in League of Legends. If you really want me to join a tournament, you have to provide me with an account." Li Xingtian agreed for his daughter's sake. Qin Feng didn't want to talk to Li Xingtian anymore. The moment Li Xingtian agreed, a dragon's roar came from the Dragon and Phoenix rankings in the Hero Alliance. Li Xingtian's name appeared on the board below Shimin Chueshue and Ouyang Feng's. However, his name was gray and not golden like Shimin Chueshue's and Ouyang Feng's. That must be why he was a candidate disciple. When Qin Feng recruited Li Xingtian to join the Hero Alliance, Yan Wu Shuang was in a confrontation with the William family. Yan Wu Shuang, a woman, couldn't win against the 4 men. Li Xingtian happened to be angry, so he joined Yan Wu Shuang's team and began to curse back at Prince William and the others. "You bastards are worse than beasts. Others might not know the secret of the William family's research, but I, Li Xingtian, know it. You've captured a large number of ordinary people, and these innocent people have been used for your special ability experiments. 90% of them will fail and die in the experiments, and even those who survive will be tortured. Their genes were modified and their bodies mutated. Although they activated some of their superpower factors and became stronger than ordinary people, are they still human? They were slaughtered like pigs and cows. They were even brainwashed by you and became members of the William family's suicide squad. I also know the ultimate purpose of your secret research on superhumans. You want to start a war and rule the world? Haha, what a joke." Li Xingtian couldn't stop once he started talking. Yan Wu Shuang was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Li Xingtian to know the secret that the dragon sect couldn't find out after investigating for so long. The 4 members of the William family looked ferocious. Their ambition and secret had been discovered by Li Xingtian. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They didn't plan to leave anyone alive. A strange energy wave surged. Li Xingtian, who was still shouting, suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in Mike's arms and was knocked out by Mike's palm. Mike's night clothes fluttered, and the energy wave was still around him. Qin Feng looked at the unconscious Avril on the ground and hurriedly threw a punch at Mike. "I'll deal with Mike. I'll leave the other 3 to you." Qin Feng roared and arrived in front of Mike. Rumble. Qin Feng unleashed his stage 7 inner qi as he punched. His punch created a gust of wind, and the air whistled. Qin Feng's punch missed again. After his punch missed, Qin Feng raised his hand. The Spirit Blast sword flashed with orange light and cut through the night sky. The sharp sword qi was as dense as the clouds and instantly surrounded the area. "Let's see where you can hide." Qin Feng's sword danced in the air. He didn't care that his identity would be exposed if he used the Spirit Blast sword because he didn't plan to let the 4 members of the William family leave. Professor Mike disappeared, and Prince William and the other 2 attacked Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was at a disadvantage, but Qin Feng's solitary 9 swords seemed invincible. Prince William's body was covered in ice armor as he retreated. William Leesy's night-traveling clothes were torn and tattered. Tom finally revealed his special ability. He was a wind-type special ability user. When he ran away, it was as if he had taken a rocket. P.S. I fell out of the monthly votes, ranking the day before yesterday. Sigh. I still couldn't hold on, but I see the efforts of my readers. Thank you to all the readers who voted this month. Your support has made Hedonist Sovereign better. Chapter 659 / With a simple swing of the Chongling sword, a condensed sword qi surged toward William. The rank 3 fire ability user, William, had no chance to escape. He was struck by the sword qi and fell to the ground. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was riddled with sword wounds. He was no longer breathing. "William!" Prince William and Tom roared at the same time. Professor Mike's voice was also mixed in between them. However, Professor Mike's voice was erratic, indicating that his position was constantly changing. "Qiao Feng, you're courting death. Let's attack together and kill Qiao Feng first." Both Prince William and Tom were enraged. They were like 2 mad beasts as they roared and charged at Qin Feng. Rumble. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard the sound of wind breaking. Tom was dozens of meters away from Qin Feng a second ago, but in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Qin Feng. Storm Fist. Tom threw a punch. The center of his fist was like the eye of a hurricane. With Tom as the center, a gust of violent wind rose and crashed into Qin Feng's body. Bang! 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 The gust hit Qin Feng's body and produced the sound of metal clashing. Tom was a level 3 wind ability user, and the wind he released was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to stand in the wind gap, they would definitely be ground to pieces. Even a low-level Chinese ancient martial artist would not be able to withstand the impact of such intense wind. "What? Why are you fine? Why are you not hurt at all?" Tom was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. Qin Feng stood motionless in the gust like a towering mountain. No matter how the gust attacked him, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. Qin Feng's strength was at stage 7 inner qi, and with the protection of the sacred azure battle armor, Tom's gust of wind couldn't hurt him. Even so, Qin Feng found it hard to breathe after standing in the gust for a long time. "Qiao Feng, come out of the eye of the wind." Yan Wushuang became nervous when she saw this. She leaped up and arrived beside Tom. At this time, Prince William had also rushed over. Before he arrived, The surrounding temperature had already dropped. "Bitch, you're courting death." Prince William clapped his hands, and an ice blade extended from his palm. Yen Wu Shuang frowned and changed her direction in midair. She drew 2 short blades in her hands and cut Prince William's ice sword into 2. However, in the next second, the broken ice sword recovered and continued to stab at Yen Wu Shuang. What a bunch of monsters! Yen Wu Shuang's body was as light as a swallow as she dodged Prince William's attack. As a member of the Dragon Gate, Yen Wu Shuang had helped the Dragon Gate complete many difficult missions and had seen many powerhouses from different countries. However, facing the powerhouses of the William Arcana clan of the United States, Yen Wu Shuang felt a headache. The arcana of these people defied common sense, and Yen Wu Shuang found it hard to deal with them. Yen Wu Shuang held Prince William back while Tom and Mike attacked Qin Feng together. Qin Feng was controlled by Tom's wind ability, so he couldn't escape for a while. Professor Mike's position kept changing, so Qin Feng had no way of locating the old man. Storm Fist. Tom threw another punch at Qin Feng, creating 3 whirlwinds around Qin Feng. It was even harder for Qin Feng to escape. "Brat, you are dead meat." Mike, who had been hiding, suddenly appeared. His cold and hoarse voice came from behind Qin Feng. Before Qin Feng could turn around, he was hit in the back. Bang! Qin Feng's body was sent flying. Tom's black suit started to flutter, and the 3 whirlwinds started to move along with Qin Feng. The violent airflow collided with Qin Feng's body. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding with each other was terrifying enough. Xiao Feng! Yen Wu Shuang was frightened by the sound of a meat grinder. She hastily rushed toward Qin Feng. Yen Wu Shuang had dozens of flying daggers hidden in her tight black clothes. She couldn't care less about them now. The flying daggers rained down on Tom like raindrops. Uft! Tom controlled his ability while dodging the flying daggers. After a few moves, Tom's arms and thighs were stabbed several times. The blades of the flying daggers all sank into his flesh, leaving only red strips of cloth fluttering in the wind. The pain caused Tom's forehead to break out in a cold sweat. "Tom, don't stop. Keep surrounding this brat." As the 3 hurricanes quickly dissipated, Professor Mike roared. His figure disappeared once again, and before Qin Feng could react, he slapped Qin Feng's back again, sending him flying. The old man's special ability was very strange, and his speed was very fast. Qin Feng couldn't find a way out of this situation. Uft! 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 Qin Feng didn't know how many times Professor Mike slapped him, and he was also hit by the 3 whirlwinds. Even though Qin Feng was wearing the illusory demon armor, he couldn't help but vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. "You bastards! You are seeking death." Yen Wu Shuang's eyes turned red when she saw Qin Feng vomiting blood. She didn't know why she became so agitated. Whoosh! Yen Wu Shuang suddenly dashed toward Tom. She turned into a black shadow, and her speed was obviously several times faster than before. Tom's eyes widened and were filled with terror. He could already feel the aura of death surrounding him. No matter where he ran, he would not be able to survive. Buzz! A strange energy wave rippled. The dagger in Yen Wu Shuang's hand turned into a beam of white light and sliced through Tom's neck. At the same time, Tom's body suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared beside Mike. Professor Mike used his space arcana at the critical moment. He wanted to pull Tom away, but Yen Wu Shuang was too fast. Even Mike could not save Tom. A thin cut appeared on Tom's neck, and blood oozed out from the cut. The cut expanded and eventually spread to Tom's entire neck. His head was sent flying, and he was dead. Arg! You bitch! How dare you kill Tom? Both of you will pay with your life today. Buzz! Mike was like a crazy beast. He was still more than 10 meters away from Yen Wu Shuang when he roared. But in the next second, His skinny palm hit Yan Wushuang's back. Uft! Yan Wushuang didn't have the protection of the armor. Her slender body was like a kite with a broken string. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. "Leader Yan, are you all right?" Yan Wushuang landed on the grass not far from Qin Feng. Qin Feng's inner qi was in a mess, and he didn't have the strength to check on Yan Wushuang. "Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet." "No, but we don't have much longer to live." Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression in her beautiful eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest. Help Yan Wushuang investigate the William family's secret plan. The system will reward host Qin Feng 10,000 hedonist points and a bottle of mutant gene solution. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Destroy the William family's secret plan. Quest time limit, 1 year. If the quest is completed, the system will reward host Qin Feng 200,000 hedonist points, an ancient giant beast's gene solution, and a bottle of super mutant potion. If the quest is failed, 400,000 hedonist points will be deducted. The system notification rang in Qin Feng's mind, followed by Ouyang Feng's aged voice. "Master, the Villa Master of White Camel Villa, Ouyang Feng requests to fight." When Qin Feng regained his senses, Professor Mike and Prince William were already standing in front of him and Yan Wushuang. Qin Feng had killed the rank 3 fire ability user, William Lease, and Yan Wushuang had killed the rank 3 wind ability user, Tom. Prince William and Mike were furious. Do you know how important a level 3 ability user is to the William family? Ever since the William family started developing ability users, they haven't produced many level 3 ability users. You guys have killed 2 of them at once. This is unforgivable. Professor Mike's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his wrinkled face was filled with malevolence. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange energy wave rippled in the air, and a huge rock floated in the air and landed on Qin Feng's body. With a loud bang, Qin Feng's body was smashed into the ground, and a small pit was formed. Qin Feng coughed violently and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. "You bastards! Come at me if you dare! Don't touch my men!" Yan Wushuang felt an inexplicable pain in her heart when she saw Qin Feng was beaten. She screamed at Mike like a madman. Mike sneered. "Don't worry, bitch. I'll deal with your man first, and then I'll deal with you later. What do you think? Are you upset to see your man getting beaten up?" Mike had misunderstood the relationship between Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang, but Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang did not explain. Qin Feng was too injured to explain, and Yan Wushuang was not in the mood to. Whoosh! The huge rock that hit Qin Feng flew up again and quickly fell toward Qin Feng. This time, the speed of the rock was twice as fast. If it hit Qin Feng, it would smash his intestines out. "Stop, please stop." Yan Wushuang's eyes were filled with panic. She struggled to push Qin Feng away, but she was severely injured by Mike's palm strike, so she couldn't circulate her qi. Seeing that the huge rock was about to hit Qin Feng, Yan Wushuang's expression became fierce. Bang! With a loud bang, Qin Feng lay on the ground unscathed. The huge rock was sent flying by a punch, and it hit Prince William, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Mike changed his position first. In a flash, he appeared in an empty space more than 10 meters away. His old eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at the black-robed man standing beside Qin Feng. Mike could not see the man's face clearly, but he could sense an evil aura from the black-robed man. Even Professor Mike, a 4th-layer spatial ability user, felt his heart tremble at this moment. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" Mike forced himself to calm down and stared at Ouyang Feng with vigilance. Ouyang Feng acted as if he did not hear Mike's question. He spoke unhurriedly, and his voice sounded like 2 pieces of iron rubbing against each other. "How dare you attack my little friend Xiao Feng? You must die." Boom! Ouyang Fong and Shimin Chueshua had the same temperament. When they fought, they would not waste time talking nonsense. One of their palms slapped toward Professor Mike. A skinny and shriveled hand stretched out from under the black robe. The palm was old and wrinkled. Such a hand did not look threatening at all. It even looked like the arm of a dead person. However, it contained a strong aura of death, causing Professor Mike to panic. Buzz! Professor Mike's nocturnal clothes made a sharp noise, as if he was wearing an iron sheet. Ouyang Feng's palm rose and fell. In less than a second, the wind from his palm was like a blade, and it landed on Mike's position. But when it landed, Mike had already disappeared. Ouyang Feng waved his hand and tore off a piece of cloth from Mike's clothes. Buzz! Mike reappeared a dozen meters away, standing beside Prince William. Ouyang Feng and Mike looked at each other, and both of them were shocked. Chapter 660. Who are you? I advise you to stay out of this. Mike had started to fear Ouyang Feng. If possible, he didn't want to fight Ouyang Feng head-on. Prince William's internal organs were almost displaced by the impact of the boulder. He was still coughing violently. Mike took out a bottle of green liquid. Prince William crushed it and poured it into his mouth. I said, "You must die." Ouyang Feng's face was covered by a black hat. His voice was hoarse, as if he had just walked out of hell. His black robe blended in with the night. His figure flickered and disappeared before Mike and Prince William's eyes. This guy is not easy to deal with. Let's leave after we capture Avril. Mike's expression froze, and his clothes began to flutter again. He and Prince William also suddenly disappeared. Their figures appeared from time to time, and every time they appeared, they would move more than 10 meters away. Moreover, their direction was completely irregular, making it impossible to track their movements. A strange energy wave surged, and Avril, who was lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly disappeared. Senior Ouyang Feng, don't let Avril be taken away. Mike is a rank 4 spatial ability user. He can switch positions. Qin Feng shouted. Ouyang Feng's wrinkled face under the black hat twisted. He suddenly thrust his palm into the air. The energy in his palm split the sky and created a vacuum in the air. Rumble, rumble. Explosions rang out one after another in the air. Ouyang Feng's simple palm strike had caused the surrounding airflow to change its pattern. The strange energy wave fluctuated again, and its intensity decreased rapidly. Avril suddenly appeared in the air. Ouyang Feng leaped and brought Avril to Qin Feng's side in the next second. Uft! Professor Mike and Prince William appeared in an empty space about 10 meters away. Prince William looked much better, but Professor Mike was pale and vomited a mouthful of blood. It seemed like he couldn't hold on much longer. Master, Mike's spiritual power is different when he uses his spatial ability on different targets. Li Xingtian is only a stage 2 inner Qi martial artist, so it's very easy for Mike to switch places with him. Avril is unconscious and has no self-awareness, so it's easier for her to be taken away. But it's very difficult for Mike to switch positions with Master. So if Master can capture Avril, Mike can't take Avril away anymore. Little Pig's voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng finally understood. It turned out that the strength of a superpower user's superpower was limited. They relied on their mental strength to control the release of their superpower. Mental strength was the same as the inner chi of an ancient martial arts practitioner. It would be depleted as it was used and could only be recovered after a period of rest. Old friend Ouyang Feng, Mike can't hold on much longer. Take this opportunity to capture them alive, Qin Feng yelled, and Ouyang Feng's figure instantly disappeared. To prevent Mike from taking Avril away again, Qin Feng held Avril in his arms. Hey, why are you hugging that woman? Let her go. Yan Wushuang was annoyed. She glared at Qin Feng angrily. Qin Feng explained with a serious expression. I'm afraid that Mike will take Avril away again, so I'm holding her to prevent that from happening." Obviously, Yen Wuxuang didn't believe him. She shouted with a cold face, "Then you only need to hold her hand. Why are you holding Avril in your arms? Your hand is still on her chest. You are too shameless." Qin Feng didn't expect Yen Wuxuang to notice his little action, even though it was so dark outside. He was embarrassed. Qin Feng quickly moved his hand away, but he still held Avril in his arms. Yen Wuxuang was inexplicably angry. "Go away. I'll hold Avril. The effect is the same." Yen Wuxuang couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed Qin Feng away and pulled Avril to her side. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. When he saw the bloodstains at the corner of Yen Wuxuang's mouth, he took out 2 qi strengthening pills from the system. He swallowed one and threw the other to Yen Wuxuang. "Eat it, and your body will recover in no time," Qin Feng said. The place where the qi strengthening pill floated past was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. Yen Wuxuang caught the qi strengthening pill, which was the size of a quail's egg, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Yen Wuxuang was stunned and speechless for a moment. What is this?" "It's a medicinal pill. Anyway, it's good for your body. Eat it quickly." Qin Feng didn't explain the qi strengthening pill in detail because he was afraid that Yen Wuxuang would wet herself if she knew it was a grade 4 spiritual pill. You wouldn't use some kind of drug to harm me, right?" Yen Wuxuang said, but she was shocked. She could feel that it was a real medicinal pill, and its grade was not low. "If you don't want to eat it, just throw it away," Qin Feng said indifferently. Yen Wuxuang looked at the qi strengthening pill in her hand carefully. Suddenly, she cried out in surprise, This is a grade 4 spiritual pill, right? I've seen it in the St. Medic Hall in Martial Artist Town." This grade 4 spiritual pill was the treasure of the St. Medic Hall. There are only 5 pills in a bottle, and it costs 50 million yuan and 2,000 points to buy. "You have this kind of medicinal pill?" Yen Wuxuang was stunned. As a member of the Dragon Sect, she was experienced and knowledgeable. However, Qin Feng would always inadvertently provoke Yen Wuxuang. A blue-grade spiritual weapon, a black-grade cultivation method, a mysterious expert friend, and now a grade 4 spiritual pill as if it was candy. What kind of person was he? Are you sure you want to give me this qi strengthening pill? Although Yen Wuxuang had known Qin Feng for a long time, and they always quarreled on the surface, their relationship was still quite close. Even so, it was not to the point of giving someone a precious medicinal pill like the qi strengthening pill. "If I eat it, you won't force me to marry you, right?" I said, "I'll give it to you." "Why are you so wishy-washy? You're like a woman." Qin Feng said indifferently, "It was just a qi strengthening pill, and it was nothing to a grade 4 alchemist like Qin Feng." Yen Wuxuang nodded, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She stole a glance at Qin Feng, and this was the first time she found Qin Feng's side profile to be so handsome. He was so handsome that Yen Wuxuang blushed. In the next second, Yen Wuxuang suddenly shouted with a cold face, "Who are you calling a woman?" "I'm a woman. Don't tell me you've always treated me like a tomboy." "What kind of tomboy has such a big chest?" "All right, I'm going to help. Take care of Avril." After eating the qi strengthening pill, Qin Feng's body had recovered by half. He leaped and disappeared from Yen Wuxuang's side. Yen Wuxuang wanted to scold Qin Feng again, but she found that he had slipped away. Yen Wuxuang was so angry that her shirt was about to burst. At this time, Ouyang Feng and Mike were fighting fiercely. Mike's face was as white as a sheet. He didn't dare to stop moving, and he kept using his special ability to change his position with Prince William. Ouyang Feng stood on the ground under the night sky. The cold wind kept blowing, messing up his black robe. He struck his palm from time to time, and every time he disappeared, he would return to his original position the next moment. The sound of wind breaking was deafening. Although Ouyang Feng's attack didn't land on Mike and Prince William, Mike's black robe was in tatters, and his meticulously combed hair was in a mess. He looked very miserable. Qiao Feng is here. What should we do? Prince William frowned. He thought that with Professor Mike in charge, the operation would be a success. He didn't expect that a monster like Ouyang Feng would appear out of nowhere. I can't hold on any longer. Let's leave Avril and escape with Li Xingtian. Mike took a step back. He didn't dare to think too much. Escaping with Li Xingtian was the best outcome. Swoosh! Several white rays of light soared into the sky. Before Qin Feng's figure arrived, the wind blades arrived first. Professor Mike roared. Both of them disappeared again and reappeared in an open space a dozen meters away. The technique you used just now is very familiar. Are you Qin Feng? Prince William was shocked. The last time he ambushed Qin Feng at Ghost Mountain, Qin Feng used the wind blade martial skill to repel them. This earth rank skill was so powerful that Prince William remembered it clearly. Humph, you're courting death. Qin Feng didn't hold back when he realized that Prince William had seen through his identity. He raised his hand and a fireball flew towards Prince William. Mike and Prince William's eyes widened. Is Qin Feng a special ability user? Rumble. The destructive fire was so powerful that the temperature in the surroundings rose. Prince William didn't have time to think. He hastily activated his special ability. A strange energy wave rippled around him. Prince William pushed his hands forward, and a wall of ice formed in front of him and Mike. Bang! The fireball collided with the ice wall and melted it instantly. Prince William's expression changed drastically. He was shocked by the flames released by Qin Feng. Only a rank 4 fire ability user could release such a powerful flame. Professor Mike, I can't hold on any longer. Let's go. The melted ice was immediately replaced by new ice. Layer after layer of ice walls appeared, but they were quickly melted by the fire of destruction. Prince William's face started to turn pale. Ouyang Feng seized the opportunity and launched a palm strike. Dozens of ice walls were shattered. Prince William was hit by the palm strike and was sent flying backward. Rumble. Qin Feng turned around and launched another palm strike. Several fireballs flew towards Mike. Mike cursed. He didn't even have the energy to use his special ability to save Prince William. He quickly changed his position. Catch Prince William! Qin Feng shouted at Ouyang Feng. His figure flashed, and he chased after Mike. Mike carried Li Xingtian in his hand and kept disappearing and reappearing. Qin Feng couldn't catch up to him because he couldn't pinpoint his location. Professor Mike, leave first. Don't worry about me. Ouyang Feng was fast and had already caught Prince William. Just as Prince William finished speaking, Ouyang Feng slapped the back of his neck and knocked the prince out. Mike was so angry that he glared at Ouyang Feng, but there was nothing he could do. Ouyang Feng was too powerful. Ever since Ouyang Feng appeared, Professor Mike did not dare to stay in the same place for more than 2 seconds. If he did, he would definitely be sent flying by Ouyang Feng's palm. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Mike gave up on Prince William and left with Li Xingtian. Qin Feng quickly chased after them. His palm struck randomly in the air. Wind blades pierced through the air and aimlessly shot into the distance. What's going on? Where am I? Li Xingtian's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng instantly located Mike's position. A few wind blades quickly streaked past, heading straight for Mike. Mike originally wanted to continue using his ability to disappear, but after Li Xingtian woke up, he increased the intensity of Mike's ability. This time he was actually a step slower, and his thigh was suddenly cut by 3 wind blades. Bang! Chapter 661. Damn it! How dare you mess up the William family's business? You'll have to collect your own corpses. Professor Mike's angry voice came from the sky. He didn't even plan to take Li Xingtian with him. This way, Professor Mike would have no burden and could still escape. Senior Ouyang Feng, can you catch up with Mike? Qin Feng shouted at Ouyang Feng while grabbing Li Xingtian. Mike's ability is too strange. I can't locate him without inner qi. Ouyang Feng said helplessly. Although he was a genius in both internal and external cultivation, Ouyang Feng couldn't do anything in the face of a mutant's ability. Even Ouyang Feng couldn't catch Mike, so Qin Feng could only watch him escape. Qin Feng brought Li Xingtian to where Yan Wushuang and Avril were. Ouyang Feng grabbed Prince William with one hand and jumped lightly into the crowd. Who is this senior? Ouyang Feng appeared after Li Xingtian fainted, so he didn't know him. As a matter of fact, Yan Wushuang was also very curious about Ouyang Feng. She had already heard about the incident where Ouyang Feng wreaked havoc in the soaring cloud mansion a few days ago. It was said that a peerless expert had appeared at that time and defeated the Purple Dragon of China effortlessly. Recently, the Dragon sect had been investigating Ouyang Feng's identity. This is an old friend of mine. His identity is rather special. Even I don't know who he is. Everyone, don't ask too much. My senior has a very strange temper. If you anger him, I won't be able to help you. Qin Feng didn't want to reveal too much information about Ouyang Feng. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Li Xingtian had seen Ouyang Feng's skills. Even Mike couldn't beat Ouyang Feng. It was a taboo for experts like him to ask about their background. Li Xingtian didn't care. He bowed to Ouyang Feng and said, Senior, thank you for saving me. I will remember your kindness. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Yan Wushuang's sexy little mouth opened and closed. She had some doubts in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She was afraid that she might anger this powerful old man. Where is this? While they were talking, Avril, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. She looked at Qin Feng and the others with a strange light in her eyes. Soon, Avril's eyes became complicated. It seemed that she had regained her memory. Girl, you're awake. Are you all right? You scared me to death. When Li Xingtian saw that Avril had woken up, he immediately went up and hugged his daughter. He had been separated from Avril for 5 years, and he was very excited to be reunited with her tonight. Be careful. Just as Li Xingtian hugged Avril, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Li Xingtian away with one hand and grabbed Avril's dagger with the other. Pucci! Avril was about to pierce Li Xingtian's heart with the dagger, but Qin Feng grabbed it tightly. The sharp blade cut Qin Feng's palm, causing blood to flow out. Everyone was stunned. Li Xingtian seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. His body went limp and he directly sat on the ground. His pair of turbid eyes lost their color as he looked at his daughter in shock and confusion. How could Li Xingtian accept this? His daughter wanted to kill him? What are you doing? That's your father. Qin Feng's expression turned sinister. If he hadn't guessed that Avril had been brainwashed, he would have killed Avril a long time ago. Father? Avril was grabbed by Qin Feng, but she was not nervous at all. Her gaze swept over Li Xingtian on the ground, and her beautiful eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. That's right. The person I killed was my father, that cruel and unscrupulous beast. Avril calling Li Xingtian a beast shocked everyone once again. Li Xingtian's blood boiled, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Feng slapped Avril. Avril's delicate body trembled violently as she stared at Qin Feng. Dumbfounded, this stinky man dared to hit her. But why, you'll die a horrible death. I am going to kill you. After Avril regained her senses, she was so angry that her entire body trembled. She pounced at Qin Feng like a madman. Qin Feng didn't move at all. He slapped her again. Slap. This slap was even louder than the previous one. Avril felt a burning pain on her butt. Her charming face was as cold as frost, and she looked like she wanted to skin Qin Feng alive. "Why you go and die?" Avril's golden curls stood on end as if she had been electrocuted. Her beautiful eyes were empty and lifeless, and her black eyeballs rolled back, revealing the whites of her eyes. Avril's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Blue veins popped out on her forehead, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. An invisible energy wave surged out from her body. Bang! Taut, strong gust of wind blew behind Qin Feng. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Ouyang Feng didn't have time to stop Qin Feng because he was also stunned. This sudden turn of events was out of everyone's expectation. "How dare you betray Master? You're courting death." Ouyang Feng's voice was hoarse and cold. His wrinkled face twisted as he slapped Yan Wushuang. The wind from his palm was so strong that it could shatter a mountain. The woman who sneak-attacked Qin Feng was none other than Yan Wushuang. "Aft! Senior Ouyang Feng, please stop!" Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and shouted anxiously. Ouyang Feng's skinny palm was already on Yan Wushuang's back. Even a stage 7 inner Qi expert like Yan Wushuang would die in an instant. In the end, Ouyang Feng obeyed his master's order and stopped in time. "Master!" Ouyang Feng leaped into the air and appeared beside Qin Feng in the next second. He caught Qin Feng in his arms. Qin Feng ignored the fact that Ouyang Feng had called him master in a moment of desperation. He yelled at Li Xingtian, "Hurry up and save Senior Li!" Bang! As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Yan Wushuang slapped Li Xingtian away. Avril's beautiful eyes returned to normal. Her starry black eyes stared at everyone proudly. However, her face was still as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out, and she collapsed to the ground. "What happened just now? Qiao Feng, are you all right?" Yan Wushuang's delicate body trembled as if she had just regained her senses. She looked at everyone in a daze. She felt that something strange had just happened, but she couldn't remember anything. "Team leader Yan, hurry up and capture Avril. I suspect she has the ability to control people's minds." There were 5 people from the William family. Professor Mike and the other 3 had unleashed their special abilities. Avril had been concealing her true strength, but it seemed like her special ability was terrifying. "Woman, you've lost your mind." Yan Wushuang threw herself at Avril angrily after she realized what had happened. Avril's special ability was unique. She was a rank 1 psionic special ability user. She could control people's minds. However, her current special ability level was too low. She had used up all her spiritual power to control Yan Wushuang, who was at stage 7 inner Qi. Bang! 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 The sound of wind breaking echoed in the air. Qin Feng and Ouyang Feng furrowed their brows at the same time. A pair of scimitars flashed in the air. Under the moonlight, the pair of scimitars gleamed with a cold light. Bang! Ouyang Feng stood in front of Qin Feng and punched out with his bare hands. His fist smashed into one of the scimitars and sent it flying. "Watch out!" The other scimitar flew at Yan Wushuang. Qin Feng shouted. Yan Wushuang hastily leaped away from the scimitar. Buzz! Another energy wave rippled. Li Xingtian, who had fainted on the ground, suddenly disappeared. "Oh no! Mike didn't leave. He took Li Xingtian away. Look after Prince William and Avril. Don't let them be taken away." Qin Feng quickly saw through the situation. Mike hadn't left and was just hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Now, there was another Huaxia martial artist helping Mike. The pair of scimitars was thrown by the Huaxia martial artist. Qin Feng had already sensed the surge of inner Qi. "You're courting death." Ouyang Feng punched the scimitars away and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 20 meters away. A man with black cloth wrapped around his body, including his face, stood there. Only his eyes were exposed, and they glinted fiercely. The wind surged, and the air was filled with the strong smell of herbs. Qin Feng recognized the man immediately. He was the one who ambushed Qin Feng with Prince William at Ghost Mountain. The bright moon dragon phoenix, Slash, returned to the man's hand. He held the scimitar in one hand and the phoenix in the other. The two scimitars slashed at Ouyang Feng's palm. Rumble! Ouyang Feng sent the man covered in black cloth flying with a palm strike. The man covered in black cloth fell to the ground and coughed violently. His black eyes were filled with shock. He was shocked by Ouyang Feng's strength. Qin Feng was also shocked. When they fought at Ghost Mountain not long ago, Qin Feng was still a stage for inner Qi cultivator, and the man covered in black cloth was only a stage 5 inner Qi cultivator. Only a month had passed, and the man covered in black cloth was already as strong as a stage 7 inner Qi cultivator. Mike, let's go. The man covered in black cloth roared. His voice was deep and gloomy, making people feel uncomfortable. Buzz! Mike's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, he and Li Xingtian disappeared. Rumble! Ouyang Feng's palm landed on the man covered in black cloth. The man covered in black cloth disappeared as well. Ouyang Feng's palm strike only left a deep palm print on the ground. Where is he? Qin Feng was hit by Yan Wushuang's palm. He had been using his qi to heal himself, and now he was feeling a little better. Mike's spatial ability was truly strange. Even Ouyang Feng didn't dare to lower his guard. He had already arrived at Qin Feng's side, protecting him at all times. Qin Feng, are you all right? Did I injure you just now? Yan Wushuang knocked Avril out and came to Qin Feng's side. She looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. Leader Yan, it's not your fault. I can see that you are bewitched. I think Avril is controlling you. Qin Feng had learned the spiritual beastmaster's sensing ability from Qiao Shishir, and he had entered the realm of myriad creation. That was why he stopped Ouyang Feng in time. Qin Feng had already noticed Yan Wushuang's abnormal condition. Although Qin Feng didn't blame Yan Wushuang still blamed herself. She and Qin Feng were partners who fought side by side, and they had to share life and death together in a mission. Their backs could only be guarded by their companions, but Yan Wushuang betrayed Qin Feng and injured him. I think they are really gone this time, Ouyang Feng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Ouyang Feng could sense the inner qi fluctuation of the man covered in black cloth. However, after a long time, he couldn't sense any inner qi fluctuation within a few hundred meters. Sigh, Avril is here, but they took Li Xingtian away. What the hell is going on? Qin Feng looked at the unconscious Avril and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 662. Qin Feng and the others stayed in the clearing for a while. Mike and the man in the black cloth sack did not return. It seemed like they were really afraid of Ouyang Feng, so they left Prince William and Avril behind and ran away. Xiao Feng, since there's no more danger here, I'll take my leave, Ouyang Feng said to Qin Feng. He leaped into the air and disappeared into the dark night. Yan Wushuang let out a long sigh of relief. She felt an invisible pressure when Ouyang Feng was around. Now that Ouyang Feng was gone, the pressure disappeared completely. Team leader Yan, what should we do now? Qin Feng asked Yan Wushuang as he looked at the unconscious Avril and Prince William. A strange light flickered in Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes. She pondered for a moment and then said, although we didn't capture all the people sent by the William family, we have completed the task assigned to us by the Dragon Gate. Now, we will bring our men back to the Dragon Gate to report. As for what to do next, let the higher-ups decide. As Yan Wushuang spoke, she carried Avril and walked forward, leaving Prince William to be carried by Qin Feng. Team leader Yan, you go back alone. I'm not going to the Dragon Gate with you. Also, leave Avril with me and bring Prince William back. Qin Feng snatched Avril from Yan Wushuang's arms. Yan Wushuang was furious. Give Avril back to me. Where are you going with her? Yan Wushuang shouted at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng ignored her and ran faster than a rabbit with Avril in his arms. You bastard! Don't let me see you again. Yan Wushuang stomped her feet in anger. She only calmed down after venting her anger for a while. Seeing Qin Feng disappear into the night, Yan Wushuang carried Prince William back to the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Avril had arrived at Yan Wushuang's villa. Qin Feng carried Avril all the way to the room on the 3rd floor. He threw Avril on the bed and was about to take off her clothes. What are you doing, master? Little Pig asked in confusion. Qin Feng was stunned. He almost forgot that he brought Avril back to ask her about the William family's base and experiments. After he completed the mission of help Yan Wushuang investigate the William family's secret plan, the system assigned him the mission of destroy the William family's secret plan. Qin Feng needed to collect more information about the William family. Cough, cough. I didn't do anything. Qin Feng withdrew his hand from Avril's collar. He looked at the mixed-blood Avril and couldn't help but gulp. Master, if I'm not mistaken, you wanted to fuck her just now, right? Little Pig had a look of disdain on his face. Qin Feng hurriedly glared at Little Pig and said with a deadpan expression, Nonsense. As a virtuous Chinese medicine teacher, how could I do such a thing? Little Pig couldn't be bothered to expose Qin Feng, so he changed the topic and said, Master, if you want Avril's memories, you'll have to spend 10,000 hedonist points. Didn't you say it's only 5,000 hedonist points? Why did the price increase as soon as you came back? Qin Feng complained. Qin Feng had planned to obtain Avril's memories back at the biology lab, so he brought Avril back to the villa alone. One memory costs 5,000 hedonist points, so of course 2 memories cost 10,000 hedonist points. Little Pig said as it shook its head. Qin Feng's expression slightly changed. Avril has 2 memories? Yes, before she was captured by the William family, she had 1 memory. After she was captured, she was brainwashed, so she has another memory, Little Pig explained. Qin Feng looked at Avril, who was still beautiful and moving even when she was unconscious. He suddenly felt that this girl's life was quite pitiful. At her age, she should have spent her youth in university, but she had been brainwashed by the William family for 5 years, and even her original memories had been sealed. Purchase. Qin Feng spent 10,000 hedonist points to purchase Avril's memories. Immediately, 2 massive waves of information flowed into Qin Feng's mind. After half an hour, Qin Feng's expression became serious. He had understood everything about Avril since she was born. Avril's original name was Li Shanshan. She really was Li Xingtian's daughter. Avril was 22 years old this year. She was captured by the William family when she was 17. At that time, Li Shanshan's mother, Avril, was still alive, and the family of 3 lived a warm and happy life. This kind of life was shattered by the William family. 5 years ago, Li Xingtian developed the new biological gene technology, which caused a sensation in the medical world. Not long after, the William family found Li Xingtian and tricked him into going to the William family's base in America to do research. Afterwards, Li Xingtian discovered the William family's research secrets and their ambition. Li Xingtian began to think of ways to escape this demon family. In the end, Li Xingtian escaped and angered the higher-ups of the William family. They secretly killed Li Xingtian's wife, Avril. In order to remember his wife, Avril, Li Xingtian changed his daughter's name to Avril. Not long after, his daughter, Li Shanshan, was also captured. After Li Shanshan was captured, she was brainwashed. All of her previous memories were sealed, which led to the appearance of the second set of memories. This memory was forcefully implanted into Li Shanshan's brain by the William family. They inverted right and wrong. saying that Li Xingtian had an affair and abandoned Avril and Li Shanshan. In the end, he even killed his wife, Avril. Li Shanshan's second memory was that she hated her father. She wanted to avenge her mother and kill that heartless man, Li Xingtian. It was also for this reason that Li Shanshan suddenly attacked Li Xingtian in the laboratory. After seeing Li Shanshan's memories, Qin Feng felt pity for this girl. A good family had been destroyed, and Li Shanshan had been used by the enemy. She had always lived in a mess of hatred. What disappointed Qin Feng was that the William family's people were extremely cautious and careful. They probably already knew that Li Shanshan would be captured one day. The memories they implanted in Li Shanshan didn't involve any of the William family's secrets. Moreover, Li Shanshan didn't stay in the William family's base for the past 5 years. She stayed in America. In short, in her second memory, there was almost no internal secret information about the William family. "Master, Avril's about to wake up." Little Pig's voice sounded out, and Qin Feng came back to his senses. Looking at the beautiful and moving Li Shanshan sleeping soundly, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Little Pig, help me recover Li Shanshan's memories from 5 years ago and seal her memories from the William family." "Master, it'll cost you 5,000 hedonist points," Little Pig said. "Flour." Qin Feng ordered. 5,000 hedonist points instantly disappeared, leaving Qin Feng with 42,000 hedonist points. Avril's long eyelashes slightly trembled, and soon she opened her enchanting eyes. Avril was a mixed blood. Her eyes were light blue, her nose was tall, and her eyebrows were protruding. She was a very beautiful woman, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. They weren't as cold and distant as before, but were filled with spirituality and sweetness. They were a pair of eyes that could laugh and talk. "Ah, W, who are you? W, why am I here? Where are my daddy and mommy?" As soon as Avril woke up, she sat up in shock. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked Qin Feng up and down with a vigilant expression. Qin Feng smiled brightly. He knew that Avril's memories had been restored to the state before she was captured by the William family 5 years ago. So Avril had been so adorable back then. "Shanshan, don't you recognize me? I'm your boyfriend, Qiao Feng." As soon as Qin Feng said this, Avril's eyes widened in disbelief. Since when did she have a boyfriend? Little Pig tumbled in the system. He was completely defeated by Qin Feng's shamelessness. "I don't have a boyfriend." "Why, you're not a bad person, are you? Hurry and leave, or else I'll call the police." Li Shanshan's expression was adorable, and her words were adorable. She was completely different from the cold and calm Avril. Qin Feng liked the current Li Shanshan more. "Shanshan, I'm not a bad person. Take a look at my ID. I'm a teacher at Provincial Capital University." Qin Feng took out his teacher's ID. Li Shanshan looked at it seriously. After a while, Li Shanshan's vigilant expression relaxed. She looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression and asked, "Teacher Qiao Feng, where are my daddy and mommy? I want to see them." "They've gone to the National Research Bureau to conduct secret experiments. They'll probably be back in a few years. Don't worry. Uncle entrusted the rest of your life to me before he left. I'll take good care of you for him." Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Avril's miniskirt when he mentioned the rest of his life. Avril hurriedly covered up her skirt and glared at Qin Feng with a huff. "Nonsense. My daddy never mentioned you to me. Hurry and let me go, or I'll really call the police." Li Shanshan was clever and quick-witted. Naturally, she wouldn't be so easily fooled by Qin Feng. She jumped off the bed and ran outside. Qin Feng hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back. Ah. What are you doing? Hurry and let go of my arm. My daddy is very powerful. If you dare to bully me, my daddy will give you a good beating." When Li Shanshan talked about Li Xingtian, her face was full of pride. Qin Feng felt a bit sad in his heart. If this girl remembered the fact that she almost killed Li Xingtian not long ago, would she suddenly collapse and faint like Li Xingtian? Shan, don't be so agitated. Uncle gave this to me before he left. He said you'll believe me when you see this. Qin Feng took out the jade pendant that Li Xingtian secretly gave him. Li Shan hurriedly snatched the jade pendant and held it in her hands like it was a treasure. She couldn't stop looking at it. This was a gift from Daddy when I was born. I've always worn it around my neck. How did it end up with you? Li Shan's memory returned to 5 years ago. Her memories of the 5 years in the William family were blank. This way, Li Shan had been separated from society for 5 years. Qin Feng had to think of a way to fool her. Shan, have you forgotten? 5 years ago, you got a strange disease. Even Uncle Li Xingtian couldn't cure you. Uncle and Auntie took you to see famous doctors all over the world, but you still couldn't wake up. In order to cure you, Uncle and Auntie spent all their savings. They also went to the country's secret research institute to make money to keep you alive. After they left, I've been taking care of you. I really didn't expect you to suddenly wake up. Qin Feng felt that if he was acting, he should go all the way. As he spoke, he suddenly pounced on Li Shan and hugged her. He hugged her so tightly that she couldn't breathe. Ah, don't touch me. I don't even know you. Who are you? Li Shan was confused by Qin Feng. She even suspected that Qin Feng was crazy. Of course, I'm your boyfriend. Otherwise, Uncle and Auntie wouldn't be willing to entrust the rest of your life to me, Qin Feng said with a serious expression. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs of the villa. Yan Wushuang had just walked to the 3rd floor when she saw Qin Feng telling Avril that he was her boyfriend. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. Chapter 663. Qin Feng was startled by Yan Wushuang's sudden appearance. He quickly kept a safe distance from Avril and looked at Yan Wushuang with a smile. Hee. Group leader Yan, you're back so soon? Did Prince William tell you anything? Qin Feng changed the topic and pretended that nothing had happened. Yan Wushuang gritted her teeth and glared at Qin Feng. She didn't know what to say. Who's this big sister? Li Shan looked at Yan Wushuang curiously with her beautiful eyes. She realized that she was surrounded by strangers the moment she woke up. Qiao Feng, you drugged her? This woman is stupid. Don't you know it's against the law? Yan Wushuang stared at Qin Feng in shock. She knew Qin Feng was shameless and lecherous, but she didn't expect him to do such a wicked thing. What do you mean, drugged her? Who are you two? Let me go. Li Shan was anxious. She felt that Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were weird. Although they weren't bad people, she didn't think they were good people. Qin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He was furious with Yan Wushuang. Why can't this woman think better of herself? Why does she have to give me a bad reputation for drugging and forcing someone? Ahem. Shan, don't be afraid. This is my partner, Yan Wushuang. She's a senior police officer and is definitely a good person. I'm going to discuss some work matters with your big sister Yan. You can stay in the villa and play by yourself. Don't go anywhere. Qin Feng said to Li Shan and dragged Yan Wushuang to her room. Li Shan and Yan Wushuang were bewildered by Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng, are you crazy? What do you want? Let me tell you, the dragon sect is looking for Avril. She's closely related to the William family. Don't you dare to hide her. Yan Wushuang exploded as soon as she arrived at Yan Wushuang's room. Group leader Yan, let me explain. Avril is really Li Xingtian's daughter. Her original name is Li Shan. 5 years ago, she was captured by the William family. Qin Feng told Yan Wushuang everything he knew about Avril's memories. Yan Wushuang was dumbfounded. Qin Feng, don't you have any shame? In order to get that foreign girl, you actually made up a whole story. Why don't you write a novel? If you were to write novels, you would definitely be more famous than the popular author. Young master Du. Yan Wushuang glared at Qin Feng angrily. She did not believe Qin Feng's nonsense. Qin Feng felt helpless. He couldn't tell Yan Wushuang that he had spent hedonist points to buy this information, could he? Team leader Yan, why would I lie to you? Since the Dragon Gate arranged for you to carry out the William family's mission, I believe you've gathered a lot of relevant information and clues in private. Tell me, which part of what I just said was false? Qin Feng said seriously. Yan Wushuang calmed down a little. She turned around and pondered over Qin Feng's words. Yan Wushuang realized that Qin Feng was right about many things. Li Xingtian's daughter was called Li Shanshan, and his wife was called Avril. Also, Avril was killed 5 years ago, and Li Shanshan went missing. Yan Wushuang knew about these things through the Dragon Gate's intelligence network. None of this information was recorded in the police station because Li Xingtian did not report the case. Only the Dragon Gate's intelligence network could find something fishy. How could Qin Feng know so much? This was beyond Yan Wushuang's expectations. Moreover, Qin Feng had just said a lot of information that even Yan Wushuang could not tell whether it was true or false. What you just said was true. How did you know? Yan Wushuang finally cast aside her prejudice against Qin Feng and began to re-examine this matter. It's absolutely true. Qin Feng's face was solemn as he continued. Actually, I also have a special ability. I have a fire attribute special ability, and I have a powerful spiritual power. Just now, when Avril was unconscious, I hypnotized her and interrogated her for this information. Qin Feng could not tell Yan Wushuang about the hedonist sovereign system. It was not that he did not believe her, but that she would not believe him even if he told her. She would definitely scold Qin Feng for being stupid. Qin Feng would not do such a stupid thing. Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes flashed, and her expression kept changing. You also have a special ability? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Yan Wushuang still did not believe Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He calmly made up an excuse. I really did not know it was a special ability before. It was only after I met the William family special ability user that I knew I have a fire attribute special ability user. Do you still remember the fireball I shot out during the fight? If I am not a special ability user, how can I shoot out a fireball? Take a picture and let me see. Yan Wushuang choked on Qin Feng's words. Yan Wushuang was an orthodox martial cultivator. How could she shoot out a fireball for Qin Feng? Then could you be a demon cultivator as well? How could I be a demon cultivator? We've been partners for so long. Don't you know what color underwear I wear? I am an orthodox martial cultivator. Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang seriously. Yan Wushuang's face instantly turned cold. She shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? How would I know what color underwear you wear?" "Ah, you don't know? But I know your underwear is black." Qin Feng's face was full of disbelief. Yan Wushuang's hands were already on the twin blades under her leather jacket. She was ready to slit Qin Feng's throat at any time. "Are you kidding me? I'm just guessing. Are you really wearing black? Show me!" Qin Feng continued to shout before Yan Wushuang could make a move. "Qin Feng, do you want to die?" Just as Qin Feng's head touched Yan Wushuang's thighs, the twin blades were pressed against his neck. Qin Feng could feel the coldness of the blades. "Team leader Yan, what do you think about what I told you just now?" Qin Feng had already retreated. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was full of righteousness, as if nothing had happened. Yan Wushuang was furious. She felt that if she partnered with Qin Feng a few more times, she would be angered to death by this brat. "Can you guarantee that you are telling the truth?" Yan Wushuang became serious. "If I'm lying, I will be the enemy of the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect can issue the highest wanted order," Qin Feng said seriously. After staying in the Dragon Sect for a while, Qin Feng had a better understanding of the Dragon Sect. The highest wanted order issued by the Dragon Sect was not to be underestimated. No matter where one fled to, the dragon sect would be able to find him until all the forces that supported him were eliminated. Yan Wushuang stared at Qin Feng for a long time. Finally, she exhaled and said calmly, "Did you get any important information about the William family from Li Shanshan?" Since Yan Wushuang had changed Avril's name to Li Shanshan, Qin Feng knew that Avril had believed his words. "I didn't get any useful information out of her. The William family is very cunning. Li Shanshan is just a chess piece in their eyes. From the day they used Li Shanshan, they already knew that she would be captured." Yan Wushuang was silent for a while after listening to Qin Feng's words. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Li Shanshan opened her big eyes and looked at Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang innocently. Are you done talking? It's too late now. I want to see Daddy and Mommy." Yan Wushuang looked at Li Shanshan's clear eyes and noticed the change in Li Shanshan. Yan Wushuang believed Qin Feng's words even more. She did not expect Qin Feng to have such a magical ability. He could seal other people's memories. "Shanshan, your parents have been selected by the country's secret research institute to do something important for the country. You can stay here peacefully. Your boyfriend, Qiao Feng, and I will take good care of you." When Yan Wushuang said that Qin Feng was Li Shanshan's boyfriend, she felt very uncomfortable. However, her heart softened. After learning about Li Shanshan's background, she felt that this girl was quite pitiful. Is he really my boyfriend? Why does my boyfriend look so ordinary? How did I fall for him? Are you two part of a human trafficking gang that worked together to deceive me? Li Shanshan looked at Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang vigilantly. Yan Wushuang's face darkened. She was a member of the dragon sect. How could Li Shanshan say that she was part of a human trafficking gang? Qin Feng's head was fuming. He could no longer explain the appearance of his identity as Qiao Feng. "Shanshan, don't talk nonsense. This is leader Yan of the dragon sect. She's a good person." Qin Feng quickly grabbed Li Shanshan's hand and explained to her patiently like a boyfriend. Li Shanshan still did not believe him. She quickly shook off Qin Feng's hand and hid far away. "Qiao Feng, you go out first. I have something to say to Shanshan." Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng, who was always looking for opportunities to take advantage of Li Shanshan. She wanted to kick him to death. "Shanshan, don't be afraid. I'll wait for you outside. Shout for me if you need anything. I'll come out immediately." Qin Feng comforted Li Shanshan and went out the door. Yan Wushuang's eyes were spitting fire. It was as if she was going to do something bad to Li Shanshan. "Big sister Yan W, what's the matter?" Li Shanshan was a little nervous, since only Yan Wushuang and Li Shanshan were left in the room. Yan Wushuang pointed at a chair and gestured for Li Shanshan to sit down. Yan Wushuang calmed herself down and organized her thoughts. Then, she began to help Qin Feng with this huge cover. An hour later, Li Shanshan and Yan Wushuang walked down arm in arm. Qin Feng was lying on the sofa, watching TV. "Shanshan, team leader Yan, you're here." Qin Feng winked at Yan Wushuang. He wanted to know what was going on. Yan Wushuang completely ignored Qin Feng. Li Shanshan looked at Qin Feng shyly and said softly, "Qiao Feng, I misunderstood you earlier, so you really are my boyfriend." "Big sister, Yan told me everything just now. I believe you. Thank you for taking care of me all this time." Yan Wushuang didn't answer Li Shanshan at all. Qin Feng looked at Li Shanshan, who was blushing as if she had just experienced puberty. He didn't know what to say. Yan Wushuang was really something. She managed to get Li Shanshan in such a short time. "Shanshan, you haven't had dinner. Are you hungry?" Yan Wushuang pulled Li Shanshan to sit on the sofa. Before Li Shanshan could say anything, Yan Wushuang pinched Qin Feng's waist. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and make supper for your girlfriend. Remember, make my share as well." Qin Feng looked sullen. He went to the kitchen unwillingly. almost all the people in Dragon's sect were men. Yan Wushuang was bored staying in Dragon's sect alone. Now that Li Shanshan was there to keep her company, the two beauties chatted happily. Qin Feng quickly made supper. Having two beauties accompany him to watch television and eat supper at the same time was an extremely good feeling. Shanshan, it's getting late. Do you want to sleep? Yan Wushuang asked Li Shanshan after supper. She looked so concerned, as if she was Li Shanshan's biological sister. I am a little sleepy. Li Shanshan suddenly became shy. She looked at Qin Feng shyly. She immediately hugged Yan Wushuang's arm and said, Big sister Yan, who did I sleep with before? Can I sleep with you? Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were stunned. Soon, Qin Feng smiled and said, Shanshan, you used to sleep with me. Group leader Yan is used to sleeping alone. Don't disturb her. Li Shanshan pouted. She looked reluctant, but she still let go of Yan Wushuang's arm. She looked at Qin Feng nervously and said, Oh, then let's go to sleep. Chapter 664. After Prince William was captured, the higher-ups of the Dragon sect began to interrogate him overnight. The Dragon sect also sent a large number of people to block the exit to capture Mike and the man in the black cloth bag. Qin Feng did not have to worry about these things. This time, he and Yan Wushuang had successfully completed their mission. Not only did they capture the main character of the William family, but they also learned the William family's secret goal of researching mutants behind the scenes. They wanted to dominate the world. Qin Feng could not tell if these people were crazy or if they had the confidence to plan such a thing. Yan Wushuang originally wanted Qin Feng to go to the Dragon sect to collect the reward and go through the procedures. Qin Feng hated these things the most, so he asked Yan Wushuang to help him. Early in the morning, Qin Feng brought Li Shanshan to a private high school for nobles in the provincial capital. Yan Wushuang used her connections to send Li Shanshan there. After learning that Li Shanshan did not have any secrets about the William family in her memory, Yan Wushuang applied to the Dragon sect to cancel the investigation on Li Shanshan. The Dragon sect finally agreed. After all, Li Shanshan's father, Li Xingtian, was a Chinese medicine master. 5 years ago, he developed the new biological gene technology. It was not good for the Dragon sect to make things difficult for Li Shanshan, the descendant of such a person who made great contributions to the country. Li Shanshan's memory stopped at 5 years ago when she was in her 3rd year of high school. Now that Qin Feng brought Li Shanshan back to school, she was so happy that she danced. Qin Feng felt that this pure and clean school life was the place where Li Shanshan should stay. Qiao Feng, why you're leaving? Qin Feng was like a responsible boyfriend. He brought Li Shanshan to report to class and teachers. After going through all the procedures, it was time for Qin Feng to leave. Shanshan, this is the best high school in the provincial capital. Study hard here. When you get into university, your daddy might come back. The provincial capital's high school was closed. Li Shanshan would have to live on campus and could only go to Yan Wushuang's mansion on weekends. However, Qin Feng had completed the William family's mission, so his partnership with Yan Wushuang was over. He was not sure if he would go to Yan Wushuang's mansion again. Sometimes a farewell could be forever, and a hug could be the last hug. What about my mommy? Is she coming back with daddy? Li Shanshan tilted her head and looked at Qin Feng with an innocent and cute face. I'll be back, Qin Feng said after taking a deep breath. Qiao Feng, then I'll look for you to play during the holidays. When my daddy and mommy come back, we will all live together. Li Shanshan only had Li Xingtian as her only relative. She didn't know where all her friends in the capital had gone. Although she and Qin Feng had only known each other for a night, she had started to rely on Qin Feng. After all, Li Shanshan's memory was that of a 17-year-old child. She was not even an adult. All right. Qin Feng nodded. He didn't know what else to say to Li Shanshan. That was all he could do. After all, Li Xingtian had become a candidate disciple of the Hero Alliance. Qin Feng should help Li Xingtian arrange Li Shanshan well. Shanshan, this is for you. Drink it if you want, or throw it away if you don't. Qin Feng took out a bottle of Esper gene fluid from the system and handed it to Li Shanshan. This Esper gene fluid was a reward from the system after Qin Feng completed the mission. Help Yan Wushuang surpass the William family's backstage plan. According to Little Pig, this bottle of Esper gene fluid could instantly turn an ordinary person into an Esper, and the attribute of the Esper gene fluid was random. If an Esper consumed this Esper gene fluid, the Esper gene fluid would produce a second Esper gene fluid and second Esper gene fluid. Qin Feng had no use for this Esper gene fluid. After Qin Feng obtained the incantation of myriad beasts, he could absorb the demon cores of demonic beasts and become a multi-elemental demon cultivator. Qin Feng felt that it was better to leave this Esper gene fluid for Li Shanshan. What is this? Li Shanshan held the blue Esper gene fluid in her hand and asked curiously, Shanshan, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Top lid, blue bottle. It's super delicious. Qin Feng laughed. I'm leaving now, Shanshan. Take care of yourself. Li Shanshan was amused, and her smile was as bright as a flower. However, halfway through her laughter, Li Shanshan's smile froze. She saw Qin Feng had really left, leaving her a lonely figure. Li Shanshan's heart suddenly felt empty, as if she had lost something. Qiao Feng, Li Shanshan suddenly ran toward Qin Feng and hugged him from behind. She only hugged him for a few seconds before she let go. Li Shanshan's pretty face was more charming and rosy than the sunset. She said in a soft voice, Remember to miss me. Qin Feng did not turn around. He was a little afraid of this parting scene. After all, where in life would there be no parting? You can look for your big sister, Yan, if you need anything in the future. Qin Feng paused for a while and continued to walk toward the school gate. After walking for a while, Li Shanshan's anxious voice suddenly came from behind. Qiao Feng, can I look for you if I need anything? Qin Feng's footsteps froze. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, Sure. Qin Feng returned to Yan Wushuang's villa after he left the provincial capital's aristocratic school. Now that the William family's mission was over, the St. Medic Institute's exchange delegation had left provincial capital university. Qin Feng had asked Principal Wang Zhonghua to replace him as the Chinese medicine teacher of class, one of the medical college. Qin Feng had become a lecturer of Chinese medicine and would give 2 lectures every week. This was a decision Qin Feng made because he couldn't let go of his students. Qin Feng knew that there would be more missions and challenges waiting for him in the future. He would definitely become busier and busier. The leisurely and carefree life of a school teacher would also be far away from him. Qin Feng stayed in the villa for the whole afternoon. He waited until 7 p.m. and prepared to go to Ghost Mountain. The ancient martial arts ruins exploration mission was about to begin. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the mission to be recognized as the strongest teacher in Provincial Capital University. You have successfully become the strongest teacher in Provincial Capital University. The system rewards host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points and 1 halo of justice medal. The system's notification suddenly sounded. A medal with a dove with its wings spread out appeared in Qin Feng's hand. It symbolized peace. The halo of justice medal flashed with a milky white light. When the light shone on Qin Feng's body, it was as gentle and warm as the winter sun. It instantly calmed Qin Feng's heart. Halo of justice medal. After wearing it, the host has 1 hour of justice chi, which can deter bad people. It can only be used once a day. Qin Feng was dumbfounded when he read the introduction of the Halo of Justice medal. The system had a detailed introduction. The so-called Justice Chi was actually comparable to the true energy stage's true energy. To put it simply, as long as Qin Feng wore the halo of justice metal and activated the justice qi, true energy would radiate from Qin Feng's body. That was the aura of a cultivator. It could scare enemies to death. With the halo of justice metal in his hand, Qin Feng really wanted to activate the justice qi immediately. He wanted to feel what true energy was like. It was the pure qi that could only be refined after reaching stage 9 inner qi. Qin Feng resisted the urge. He was going to Ghost Mountain soon. He was going to explore the ancient martial arts ruins with a group of strangers. It was Qin Feng's first time entering the ancient martial arts ruins. It must be dangerous inside. Qin Feng decided to keep the halo of justice metal. After all, the justice qi could only be activated once a day. If he activated it now, he wouldn't be able to use it if he encountered danger in the ancient martial arts ruins. The sudden completion of the strongest teacher mission made Qin Feng feel much better. He tidied up his clothes and rushed to Ghost Mountain under the cover of the night. When he arrived at Ghost Mountain, he was surrounded by chilly winds. Ghost Mountain was surrounded by barren hills. There were also abandoned mines and factories. Qin Feng had been here once with Lu Jie. Now that he was here, he was quite familiar with the terrain of Ghost Mountain. "Who are you?" As soon as Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, he sensed a steady and thick aura. Qin Feng tried to sense the aura, but he couldn't tell the strength of the other party. It was obvious that the other party was a powerful expert. "I'm Green Wolf. I'm here to explore the ancient martial arts ruins." Qin Feng had already transformed the sacred azure battle armor into Green Wolf's appearance. On the cliff at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, a man in a black robe and a white mask stood there. Judging from the man's voice, he should be in his 60s. "I'm White Cloud. The others haven't arrived yet. Please wait." The old man's words were concise. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had chatted with the people who participated in this mission through the Martial Artist Alliance's cell phone. This White Cloud was the person who issued the mission to explore the ancient martial arts ruins. At that time, everyone was quarreling in the group. However, as soon as White Cloud spoke, everyone fell silent. This showed that White Cloud was not a simple person. "Greetings, Senior White Cloud." Qin Feng bowed slightly to White Cloud. White Cloud nodded and said nothing. The sky gradually darkened as the two of them stood at the edge of Ghost Mountain's cliff. "Who are you?" White Cloud asked again after waiting for 5 minutes. Qin Feng didn't notice that someone was coming. After waiting for 10 seconds, he heard Hua Yan's voice. "I'm Billowy Lady. I'm here to explore the ancient martial arts ruins." As soon as Hua Yan finished her sentence, a beautiful figure appeared beside Qin Feng and White Cloud. She was wearing a cat's costume and a cat's head mask. She looked exactly the same as when Qin Feng and Hua Yan first came to Ghost Mountain to kill Taoist Rakshasa. "The iceberg fairy is here." 2 women in green clothes flew toward them as soon as Hua Yan arrived. The one standing in front of the two was an old Taoist nun in her 50s, but her skin was well maintained. It was as tender as a young girl in her 20s. Behind her stood a young Taoist nun who looked to be in her early 20s. "Are you from the Amaze sect?" White Cloud asked. "I am here to look for treasures in the ancient martial arts ruins. We can talk about other things later." The nickname of the iceberg fairy was similar to her personality. Her face was cold and aloof. White Cloud didn't ask further, since the iceberg fairy did not want to talk about it. More and more people gathered at the edge of Ghost Mountain's cliff. Suddenly, a burst of obscene laughter was heard. "Hee hee hee! Are all the beauties here?" "Aye, Master Golden Spear, I'm here." The person was dressed in black. His obscene laughter echoed through the valley even before he arrived. Hua Yan and the other women's faces darkened. They already had a bad impression of Golden Spear when they were chatting in the group. Now that they saw Golden Spear in person, they were even more disgusted. Golden Spear was tall and burly with a black mask covering his face. Only his exposed eyes could be seen. It was a pair of triangular eyes that were constantly shifting between the bodies of Hua, Yan, and the other women. His eyes were filled with a perverted light. Golden Spear was followed by a disciple in black clothes and a black mask. Compared to Golden Spear, the disciple's eyes were much more normal. For this ancient martial arts ruins exploration mission, White Cloud had gathered a total of 10 experts who were stage 6 inner chi and above. Currently, 7 of them had arrived. Qin Feng stood in the crowd calmly and was sizing up everyone's strength. Hee, this must be the beautiful billowy lady. I'm an inner disciple of the Kunlun sect. Why don't we be friends? Golden Spear arrived at the edge of the cliff. Without even greeting White Cloud, he ran to Hua Yan's side impatiently. Hua Yan's face had been cold ever since she arrived at the top of the cliff because she was unhappy when she saw Green Wolf. Chapter 665. Get lost. Who wants to be friends with you? Don't disgust me. Hua Yan was holding back her anger. She felt disgusted when she saw Golden Spear's perverted eyes. Compared to the Amasek's Iceberg Maiden and by Yun Fei, Golden Spear was too arrogant. Even when White Cloud asked her personally, she didn't say much. This Golden Spear seemed to be eager for everyone to know that he was from Kunlun sect. He even borrowed the power of Kunlun sect to pick up girls. The few people present didn't think highly of Golden Spear. Hee, big sister Bo, don't be so cold. I am an inner disciple of Kunlun sect. If you follow me, you will definitely not suffer. With Kunlun sect backing you up, won't you be able to do whatever you want in the outside world? Sister, think about it carefully. Golden Spear didn't mind being scolded. He stared at Hua Yan's collar. Hua Yan couldn't take it anymore and slapped Golden Spear's chest. Qin Feng could tell that Hua Yan was a stage 5 demon cultivator. The mission was to recruit stage 6 inner chi experts and above, but demon cultivators were different. Although Hua Yan was a stage 5 demon cultivator, she was more powerful than a stage 6 inner chi expert. Qin Feng was shocked by Hua Yan's cultivation speed when he learned that she could sign up for this mission. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. A stage 5 demon cultivator was powerful in a big city, but here they were the lowest existence. Golden Spear's expression turned cold when he saw Hua Yan's attack. He slapped Hua Yan's chest without hesitation and unleashed his stage 7 inner chi. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing the ground to tremble. Rocks rolled down the cliff and Golden Spear retreated. He was stopped by his junior brother. Otherwise, Golden Spear would have been smashed to the bottom of the cliff. Of course, it wasn't Hua Yan who did it. It was Qin Feng. Are you okay? Qin Feng slapped Golden Spear away and held Hua Yan's waist with his other hand. This scene caused the expressions of White Cloud and the others to change slightly. They were probably shocked by Qin Feng's strength. Hua Yan was stunned. The last time she worked with Green Wolf to kill Taoist Rakshasa, Green Wolf was only a stage for inner chi master. She didn't expect him to become so powerful in just a month. Was he riding a rocket to level up? What are you doing? Who asked you to help me? Do I know you that well? After Hua Yan regained her senses, she angrily slapped Qin Feng's hand off her waist and stomped on his foot. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in pain and pretended to be calm. If there was no one else here, Qin Feng would definitely teach this girl a lesson. Brat, how dare you sneak attack me? Are you tired of living? Golden Spear failed to pick up a girl, and he was even slapped in the face in front of everyone. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. Although he wanted to kill Qin Feng, he didn't do anything. Qin Feng's palm was too powerful, and Golden Spear was still somewhat afraid of Qin Feng. If you can't beat me, then you can't beat me. Don't try to find an excuse to launch a sneak attack. If you're not satisfied, we can exchange palms again. You only know how to talk nonsense. Do you think you're a wild dog? Qin Feng glanced coldly at the golden spear. He really didn't take this trash seriously. Not long ago, Qin Feng caused the second martial arts disturbance in Devil Beast Mountain. At that time, China's 5 sects took action. Elder Zhu Qing of Kunlun sect also came. But wasn't he beaten by Qin Feng until he covered his head and fled like a rat? The golden spear in front of him looked like a little disciple of Kunlun sect. How could he have the nerve to shout at Qin Feng? "What are you talking about, brat? Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm an inner disciple of Kunlun sect, one of the 5 sects of China. How dare you offend Kunlun sect? You'll have to collect your own corpse." Golden Spear was still a little afraid of Qin Feng. He only dared to stand in the distance and bark. White Cloud and the others glanced at Golden Spear with disdain. White Cloud said, "Don't quarrel. We're here to do a mission. If you want to quarrel again, leave now." White Cloud's voice was loud and clear like a bell. A huge imposing aura spread out, and Golden Spear couldn't breathe. Even Qin Feng felt some pressure. "Senior White Cloud, I'm not late, right?" "Yao Yao is here. Greetings to this friend." 2 voices came from the sky. It was a man and a woman. After a few breaths, 2 figures appeared at the top of Ghost Mountain's hanging cliff. The man wore a white robe that fluttered in the wind. He didn't wear a mask, nor did he cover his face. He had a fair and handsome face. His eyebrows were like swords, and he had an imposing appearance. His sideburns reached his shoulders and fluttered in the wind. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a profound swordsman from wuxia novels. Compared to Qin Feng's appearance and temperament, he was still a little lacking. The woman, on the other hand, was dressed in a red qipao. She was tall and sexy, and she wore a mask on her face. It was the mask of an avatar. 9 people had gathered at the top of the cliff. Only 1 person was left before everyone could explore together. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Just as they were waiting for the last person, she arrived. She was also a woman. She was dressed in black and didn't wear a mask. Her pretty face was covered with heavy makeup, and her every movement exuded a seductive charm. Golden Spear's eyes were glued to her. "All right, now that everyone is here, I'll tell everyone about the things to take note of in the next exploration." Seeing that everyone was here, White Cloud walked to the center of the crowd. Everyone gathered around White Cloud. While listening to White Cloud's words, they secretly observed each other. This time, everyone was gathered together for the Ancient Warrior Ruins exploration mission. Everyone present was a Stage 6 Inner Chi expert, so naturally they had to be wary of each other. I've investigated the ancient martial ruins in Ghost Mountain for a long time. It's a Grade 3 ancient martial ruins. There are many treasures in it, but it's also dangerous. According to my information, there's a formation at the entrance of the ancient martial ruins. We'll have to break the formation together to enter. After we enter the ancient martial ruins, don't act rashly. Listen to Qin Er Nyang's command. Does anyone have any objections? White Cloud's voice was loud and powerful. Everyone shook their heads. White Cloud nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the charming woman in black and said, "This is Qin Er Nyang. She's an expert in formations." Everyone listened to her command. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Er Nyang, other than Golden Spear, who was sizing up Qin Er Nyang's body. The rest of them were checking her strength. Qin Feng quickly found out that she was a Stage 7 Inner Chi expert. After explaining everything, White Cloud did not waste any more time. He led the group to Ghost Mountain. Only White Cloud knew the entrance to the ancient martial ruins. He had discovered the ancient martial ruins a long time ago. Initially, he wanted to explore the ruins alone so that all the treasures would belong to him. However, a Grade 3 ancient martial ruins was not that easy to break. Just breaking the formation at the entrance was difficult for White Cloud. It was impossible for him to break the formation on his own. This was why White Cloud posted a mission on the Martial Art Alliance and gathered Qin Feng and the others. Apparently, White Cloud was a frequent visitor to Ghost Mountain. He was very familiar with the terrain. The sky was now completely dark, and there were no street lights or illumination on Ghost Mountain. It was pitch black, but White Cloud's speed was not slow. After a while, he climbed over Ghost Mountain and arrived at a big mountain pass behind it. White Cloud suddenly stopped. He looked at the group behind him and said, "It's here. There's a formation at the entrance. Let's attack the eye of the formation together and try to break it." After White Cloud finished speaking, he looked up at the night sky. Dark clouds covered half of the moon. "All right, we'll start when the moon is covered by the dark clouds. Qin Er Nyang, you can start now." Qin Er Nyang was found by White Cloud. The others did not know what this woman was capable of. Everyone took a step back and looked at Qin Er Nyang squatting at the entrance of the cave. No one understood what she was doing. "Little Pig, what's this woman doing?" Qin Feng communicated with Little Pig telepathically. Qin Feng felt that what Qin Er Nyang was doing was somewhat familiar, but he could not remember what it was. "Master, she's trying to break the formation." "She's looking for the eye of the formation," Little Pig explained. "Why do I feel that these formations are somewhat familiar?" Qin Feng was puzzled. "Master, you obtained the 5 elemental formation from a mission not long ago. The 5 elemental formation contains the knowledge of setting up and breaking simple formations. That's why you feel that this formation is familiar. You're also familiar with Qin Er Nyang's method of breaking formations." After Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng understood. Qin Feng searched through the memories of the 5 elements formation in his mind. Very quickly, this huge memory surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. When Qin Feng observed Qin Er Nyang's actions again, he knew that she was indeed looking for the formation eye of this formation. Qin Er Nyang was extremely busy, but everyone was confused by what they were doing. They saw Qin Er Nyang take out a bunch of strange things from her bag. There were formation flags, charcoal, talismans, and other tools that no one had seen before. Qin Er Nyang used charcoal to draw some strange patterns on the ground. Then, she placed some talismans in the center of the patterns and inserted a few chess pieces into the talismans. After a long time, the cold moonlight suddenly disappeared. It turned out that dark clouds had covered the moon and covered the entire moon. "All right, I've found 2 eye of the formation. Everyone, follow my instructions and attack the eye of the formation together. Don't hold back. We have to break the formation before the dark clouds disperse. Otherwise, the formation will automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish its energy. At that time, it will be difficult to break the formation." Qin Er Nyang gave a few instructions. No one knew much about formations, but after hearing Qin Er Nyang's serious words, no one dared to hold back. If they couldn't break the formation before the dark clouds dispersed, then everyone would have come for nothing. "Quick! Attack the northeast and southwest eye of the formation!" Qin Er Nyang suddenly shouted. Everyone had already gathered their qi and were waiting to explode. As soon as Qin Er Nyang's voice fell, the 9 of them unleashed all kinds of martial arts techniques and attacked the 2 eye of the formation like crazy. The weakest among them was a stage 6 inner qi expert. When everyone unleashed their full strength, their imposing manner was astonishing. The valley shook with a deafening rumble like thunder and lightning. Fireball, frost, sword qi, wind from the fist, saber light, palm print, and leg shadows, clanging sounds rang out from the entrance of the cave. Qin Feng had come here to look for treasures, mainly to find some missing materials for crafting the Starry Sky flying sword. Therefore, he did not hold back at all, as he sent out a wave of wind blades and destructive flames. Why isn't it broken yet? Will this method work or not? The 9 of them attacked for more than half an hour. Everyone's inner qi was depleted by half, but the formation was still not broken. That golden spear couldn't help but complain. Everyone, let's work harder. The eye of the formation is starting to loosen. We'll be able to break the formation soon. Chin Er Nyang shouted as she looked at the weakening formation. Chapter 666. Rumble, rumble. The 9 of them worked together to attack for more than 10 minutes. An invisible but perceptible 2 layers of barrier suddenly exploded. The formation at the entrance of the ancient martial arts relic was finally broken. Watch out, everyone. White Cloud roared. Before they could rejoice, the formation was broken. Rumble. Another thunderous sound reverberated in the air. The 2 broken formation eyes released a powerful airflow that sent the 9 of them flying. Ahem. Is everyone all right? Even White Cloud, who was the strongest among the 9 of them, fell to the ground and coughed violently. The rest of them could not speak for a while. Qin Feng was injured by the formation's counterforce and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Hua Yan was sent flying further than Qin Feng and almost fell off the cliff. Fortunately, Qin Feng pulled her back at the critical moment and saved her life. Qin Feng had no time to think. He swallowed a qi consolidating pill when no one was paying attention to him. After calming the chaotic inner qi in his body, he went to Hua Yan's side and fed her a blood qi pill. Ah, you. What did you feed me? Hua Yan glared at Qin Feng angrily. She wanted to resist, but she could not. She could only let Qin Feng stuff the blood qi pill into her mouth. Qin Feng fed Hua Yan the blood qi pill instead of the more powerful qi consolidating pill because he was afraid that Hua Yan would suddenly break through after consuming the qi consolidating pill. If that happened, it would affect her ability to continue exploring the ancient martial arts relic. Anyway, it's good stuff. Others can't even snatch it away from you. Why are you so unwilling to eat it? Qin Feng curled his lips at Hua Yan. He could not understand why this girl was so hostile toward him all of a sudden. Qin Feng recalled that he had risked his life to save this girl in Hepping Town. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he had been blind. After feeding Hua Yan the blood qi pill, Qin Feng angrily ran to the side and continued to treat his injuries. The rest of them also sat cross-legged and began to heal their injuries. Is everyone all right? I didn't expect the formation to backfire. Among the 10 of them, only Chen Ernyang was unharmed. She had been in charge of commanding the team and did not attack, so she did not suffer from the formation's counterforce. Aren't you an expert in formations? Do you really not know that this formation will backfire, or are you pretending not to know? It was unknown what kind of pill the iceberg maiden had just eaten, but her recovery was relatively fast. Her pale face had already slowly regained its rosy color. What do you mean? Chin Er Nyang was instantly enraged. She glared at the old Taoist nun from a May sect coldly. Don't you understand what I mean? I suspect that you purposely let us break the formation, and purposely didn't tell us that the formation would backfire on us. When we are all injured and the formation is broken, won't all the treasures inside belong to you? The old Taoist nun from the May sect was indeed experienced and knowledgeable. Her thinking was also very cautious. After she said this, everyone began to mutter in their hearts. Some of them actually had the same suspicions as the iceberg jade maiden, and some of them suddenly came to a realization after hearing the iceberg jade maiden's words. Qin Feng didn't say anything, but he knew what Chin Er Nyang was thinking. The old Taoist nun from the Amay sect was right. There was definitely something wrong with Chin Er Nyang. Since Qin Feng had the 5 elements formation, he also knew that breaking the formation would usually backfire. However, Qin Feng didn't expect the backfire to be so strong, so he accidentally fell for it. Outsiders might not know about the backfire, but those who knew a little about formations would definitely know. Chin Er Nyang looked like she was well versed in formations. So how could she not know about the backfire? I think what the iceberg maiden said makes sense. Hua Yan spoke up for the old Taoist nun from a May sect. This girl was still lacking in social experience. Everyone had their suspicions, but no one said anything. So Hua Yin stupidly said what she thought. Chen Nyang was someone White Cloud found. If there was something wrong with this woman, then wouldn't there be something wrong with White Cloud as well? On the surface, White Cloud seemed to be the strongest among the 10 of them. If that was really the case, then White Cloud would definitely kill Hua Yin first. Who asked this girl to be the weakest among them? How dare she talk nonsense? Billowy lady, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand the situation. I believe Chen Nyang isn't that kind of person. Qin Feng also followed up. He had to say something, or else Hua Yin might be in some danger. You make it sound like you know a lot. Why don't you let others speak? I don't think you have any good intentions. Contrary to Qin Feng's expectations, the woman wearing the avatar mask continued to speak as soon as he finished speaking. She angrily rebuked Qin Feng as if Qin Feng owed her 5 million yuan. Qin Feng bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system and looked directly at Yao Yao. That avatar mask seemed to be nothing, and a delicate and absolutely beautiful face was reflected in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng jumped in fright. Fuck! So it's the little witch from the sacred medic hall. Qin Feng exclaimed in his heart. The woman called Yao Yao was actually Ren Xiao Yao. Now Qin Feng could understand why she was targeting him. Not long ago, Qin Feng bumped into her chest. How could she not be angry? After Qin Feng looked at Xiao Yao, he looked at the other masked people. Sure enough, Golden Spear was a disgusting man with a wretched face. Qin Feng felt like vomiting just by looking at him for a second longer. Under White Cloud's mask was a dignified face that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He should be more than 60 years old, but he was full of vigor, white hair, and a youthful face. Everyone, don't quarrel. I'm also injured, right? Don't tell me you guys suspect that I'm scheming something. I, White Cloud, have a little reputation in the martial art alliance. I won't do something like this. White Cloud's aged voice sounded, and everyone shut up. Qin Feng could see through White Cloud's mask. White Cloud looked a little doubtful and vigilant. It seemed that he really didn't know that the formation would backfire. The few of them recuperated at the entrance of the cave for more than 10 minutes and recovered most of their strength. White Cloud was the first to stand up. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone follow me in. I've told you before what to take note of. Don't walk around or touch anything after you enter. Follow Chen Nyang." The incident of the formation backfire had come to an end. Although they didn't say it out loud, they already had their own suspicions. However, they still followed White Cloud into the cave of the ancient martial relic. Since they were already here, they still yearned for the treasures in the cave. Chen Nyang took a compass and some strange tools and walked in front. White Cloud was the second, and the rest followed one by one. Qin Feng and Hua Yin walked at the back. "Stop!" Chen Nyang's voice suddenly came from the front, and the line stopped immediately. Chen Nyang threw 2 small flags. As soon as the flags landed on the ground, there was a clanging sound in the tunnel of the cave. The light in the cave was very dim. There were only 2 walls that were inlaid with strange, glowing stones. The people at the back of the line couldn't see what was happening in front of them. However, when they heard the violent clanging sound, everyone's heart tightened. There were many treasures in the ancient martial relics. According to the scale of the ruins, they were divided into 9 grades. The ancient martial ruins that Qin Feng and the others had come to explore were grade 3, while the most powerful ruins were grade 9. A third-class remnant was neither too high nor too low. The treasures inside would not be particularly heaven-defying. However, to low-level martial artists, they would still be envious. Although the ruins were very popular and would attract a large number of explorers, however, there were all sorts of hidden weapons and offensive formations in an ordinary ancient martial relic. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Some of the more powerful ancient ruins had always been entered by people, but no one ever came out. Therefore, even though the members of Qin Feng's exploration team were all Stage 6 inner Qi experts. They were on tenterhooks as they walked in the cave cautiously. Bang, 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 bang. The loud noise lasted for several minutes before it slowly died down. Although Qin Feng was standing at the back, he could clearly see the situation in front. Chen Ernyang discovered a few offensive arrays and used array flags and some props to break them. After the arrays were activated, the attacks and hidden weapons were shot out. There were thorns that suddenly emerged from the ground and boulders that fell from above. These attacks were disorderly and densely scattered. If Qin Feng and the others accidentally fell into the traps, even a Stage 7 inner Qi expert would have a slim chance of survival. Phew! Don't be nervous. Chen Ernyang discovered some traps and mechanisms just now. Now that the danger has been resolved, let's continue to follow. Remember, follow the footprints of the person in front. Don't walk around or touch anything. There are traps everywhere in this ancient martial relic. Bai Yan's aged voice was heard. He purposely lowered his voice and wasn't as loud and forceful as before. He was probably afraid that he would accidentally trigger some traps if he was too loud. Even an expert whose strength Qin Feng couldn't see through was so cautious in the cave of an ancient martial relic. It could be seen that exploring an ancient martial relic wasn't as simple as it seemed. Everyone's anxious hearts were slightly relieved. The golden spear didn't aim at the old Taoist nun's buttocks. Instead, it nervously followed the team. The exploration team continued to move forward. From time to time, Chen Ernyang would ask everyone to stop. Then they would hear the traps in the cave being destroyed and a flurry of arrows and fireballs flying around. This gave everyone a lingering fear. There were many traps along the way, but because of Chen Ernyang's presence, everyone was safe and sound. Many people initially suspected Chen Ernyang and Bai Yin, but now they slowly changed their minds. If these two really had selfish motives, they would have fallen into the traps long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come this far unscathed. The ancient martial relic in Ghost Mountain was huge. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they still couldn't see the end of the cave. There were countless traps and mechanisms along the way. After walking for an unknown amount of time, some light suddenly appeared in front of them. It turned out that they had walked into an empty hall. Wow, where is this? Have we found the treasure? This should be the place where the treasure is stored in the ancient martial relic. Everyone walked into the hall inside the cave. It was a circular open space that was more than 200 square meters. The walls around the circular hall were inlaid with stones the size of eggs. These stones emitted a pale blue light and seemed to be emitting spirit energy. The spirit energy density in the entire hall was many times denser than outside. This box is so exquisite. There must be something good in it. The junior disciple of the Golden Spear suddenly ran toward a big box in the corner. His face was filled with excitement. The others also looked over. The junior disciple of the Golden Spear ran to the side of the box and reached out to open it. Whoosh! Uft! The sound of wind and skin being pierced rang out at the same time. A poisonous arrow shot out from the box. It was so fast that Qin Feng only saw a flash of white light. The Stage 6 inner Qi disciple was hit in the chest. The poisonous arrow pierced through his heart, and black blood flowed from the arrowhead. A Stage 6 inner Qi martial artist didn't even have the time to scream before he died. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The air in the cave was about to freeze. Chapter 667. Everyone stared blankly for a while before regaining their senses. Not long ago, the joy of discovering the hidden treasure hall had dissipated. How could this hall be a place to hide treasures? It was simply a place of traps. Second junior brother, wake up, ah? Are you all right? Golden Spear shot forward and arrived at his junior martial brother's side. He used his hand to check his junior martial brother's breathing. Don't touch that arrow, it's poisoned. Chen Ernyang's voice suddenly sounded. Golden Spear, who was about to pull out the arrow from his junior brother's body, immediately stopped and leaped far away from his junior brother. With a frightened expression, he patted his chest and shouted, "Fuck! Why didn't you say so earlier? You almost caused me to be poisoned as well." Golden Spear's reaction caused everyone to be taken aback. China's 3 sects and 5 sects were rumored to be very united. Entering a sect was like a family. Now that Golden Spear's junior brother was dead, this kid didn't feel sad at all and even showed an expression of despising his junior brother for being poisoned. "Beauty, you have broken a lot of formations and traps. You should be able to see through the hidden traps in this hall, right?" After Golden Spear regained his senses, he moved closer to Chen Ernyang's side and looked restlessly at her body. "I know a little, but I can't guarantee that I can see through all the traps here. Just now when your junior brother opened the chest, I also couldn't see through it." Chen Ernyang saw Golden Spear's wretched expression, but she didn't care. While speaking, she seemed to throw a few coquettish glances at Golden Spear. "Haha, Beauty is really modest. We have to thank you for taking care of us along the way. I am an inner disciple of Kunlun's sect, Beauty. For the rest of the journey, let's be partners." Golden Spear's second junior brother had just died and his body was still warm. Yet, Golden Spear turned around and started to pick up girls. "All right, I am just a weak girl. I only know a few formations and my strength isn't high. Since Brother Golden Spear is willing to protect me, of course I am happy." Chen Ernyang wore heavy makeup and looked very flirtatious. She didn't look down on Golden Spear's wretched appearance and actually started to flirt with him. "Cough, cough. Chen Ernyang, let's put other matters aside first. Our team has already lost one member. Quickly break all the traps and formations in the hall so that we can find the treasures and quickly leave." White Cloud couldn't stand it anymore and brought the topic back to business. Chen Ernyang nodded and winked at White Cloud again. This woman must be suffocating, right? They ate both young and old. "Everyone stay where you are and don't move. I'll take a look." Chen Ernyang took out a handful of flags and talismans and began to slowly move them along the corner of the round hall. Every few steps she took, she would stop and observe. From time to time, she would throw out a few flags and draw some ancient patterns on the ground. There were quite a lot of traps in the hall. Chen Ernyang had been fiddling with them for more than half an hour and had already broken more than 10 traps. Everyone stood in place, not daring to move. Those traps were like a flood or a fierce beast, and the person who created them was too powerful. Even the martial artists who were above stage 6 inner chi were afraid of them. "Cat girl, come and help me." Chen Ernyang suddenly stopped and waved at Hua Yan, who was the closest to her. Hua Yan didn't think much and walked over. "How can I help you?" "This mechanism requires 2 people to work together to remove it. Stand on the pattern I drew first. Later, I'll ask you to stick the flag on the ground. Then you can move." Chen Ernyang gave a few simple instructions and then threw 2 array flags to Hua Yan. Hua Yan held the formation flags and stood at the designated position. Before she was ready, Chen Ernyang suddenly shouted, "Stick the formation flags!" Now. There's a hidden weapon. Before Hua Yan could react, Chen Ernyang had already inserted the array flag into the pattern on the ground. Suddenly, the stone wall beside Hua Yan started to move. In an instant, a large hole appeared and a dense number of small pebbles shot out from the hole. The speed of the pebbles was even faster than bullets. If these pebbles hit a person, even a 5th-layer devil cultivator like Hua Yan would be turned into a beehive. "Be careful," White Cloud growled. He wanted to help, but it was too late. The rest of the people were also stunned. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. The stone's attack was too ferocious. These martial art masters were actually helpless. Bang, 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 bang. The pebbles hit Hua Yan's body, and the sound of metal colliding resounded. A silhouette appeared in front of Hua Yan. Qin Feng's back was facing the entrance of the cave, and he allowed the pebbles to rain down on him. He pulled Hua Yan into his embrace, and like a towering mountain, he shielded Hua Yan from the rain of bullets. Green Wolf! Hua Yan's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Green Wolf in astonishment. The ice in her heart melted, and a warm current rippled through her. Chun Ernyang quickly sealed the cave entrance. White Cloud was the first to recover. He was stunned by Qin Feng's strength. Green Wolf was unharmed under such a powerful attack. Was his body made of iron? Chun Nyang also came back to her senses, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly threw out an array flag, and the array flag landed on the pattern under Qin Feng's feet. The hole that suddenly appeared instantly disappeared, and the rain of stones also stopped. Uft! As soon as the attack landed, Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Protected by the sacred azure battle armor, the pebbles wouldn't penetrate his body, but the pebbles still hit Qin Feng's back and caused him serious internal injuries. Green Wolf, are you okay? Hua Yan was no longer as cold as before. She couldn't remember how many times Green Wolf had saved her life tonight. Hua Yan hurriedly took out a blood qi pill and stuffed it into Qin Feng's mouth. Quickly eat it. Qin Feng was going to take a qi fortification pill from the system, but Hua Yan forced a blood qi pill into his mouth, so he had to eat it. Green Wolf, are you okay? White Cloud and the others surrounded Qin Feng, and they were all dumbfounded. How did this guy survive? He must be wearing a spirit-grade battle armor, right? Rumble! A loud sound rang out. Before everyone could completely calm down from the incident with Qin Feng, someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Everyone, save me! Abbess Miju, grab my hand! This time it was the old Taoist nun from the Mei sect who was attacked. For some reason, the ground beneath her feet suddenly split open, forming a huge sinkhole. The old Taoist nun didn't even have time to react before she fell into the sinkhole. The disciples she brought with her wanted to save her, but they also fell into the sinkhole. The sinkhole was still expanding, and the rest of the people ran to safety. Qin Feng was seriously injured and couldn't move, so Hua Yan stayed by Qin Feng's side and didn't want to leave. Seeing that the sinkhole was expanding to Qin Feng and Hua Yan's feet, the two of them were anxious. Come here. The white-clothed young man, who didn't speak much along the way, suddenly roared. He leaped to Qin Feng and Hua Yan's side and pulled Qin Feng with one hand. As soon as Qin Feng was pulled up, Hua Yan lost her footing and fell into the sinkhole. Qin Feng quickly grabbed Hua Yan's hand. Now, Hua Yan was suspended in the air, and Qin Feng was grabbed by the white-clothed young man. The sinkhole was still expanding, and the ground under Qin Feng's feet was about to crack. Brother, let go of me, or else we'll all fall. Seeing that he was about to fall into the sinkhole, Qin Feng hurriedly shouted at the white-clothed young man. The white-clothed young man didn't know Qin Feng, but Qin Feng was very grateful that he was willing to save him at such a critical moment. Brother, since I've already helped, there's no such thing as giving up. At most, we'll fall together and we might not die. The white-clothed young man forced a smile. At this time, the ground under Qin Feng's feet completely cracked, and he fell into the sinkhole. The white-clothed young man stepped on the edge of the sinkhole and held on to Qin Feng's arm tightly. I'll help too. Ren Xiao Yao couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although she hated Green Wolf, that pervert, she wouldn't watch him die. Moreover, that Catwoman was innocent. I'll help too. As soon as Ren Xiao Yao moved, White Cloud also made a move. The two of them leaped up and threw two long ropes in the air. Qin Feng quickly grabbed the ropes and pulled with a trace of inner qi, flying out of the sinkhole with Hua Yan. Phew! The few of them landed on the ground far away and let out long breaths of turbid air. It was too dangerous just now. If Ren Xiao Yao and White Cloud had acted a little later, the white-clothed young man would have fallen into the sinkhole, and Qin Feng and the other two would have disappeared. Rumble! Another loud noise was heard, and everyone's hearts were in their throats again. However, it wasn't some other mechanism that was triggered this time. It should be Chun Ernyang breaking the formation of the sinkhole. The big hole on the ground began to heal rapidly, and eventually it disappeared. This ancient martial relic is too dangerous. Hua Yen patted her chest with lingering fear. Golden Spear swallowed his saliva when he saw her breasts. Big-breasted beauty, are you all right? You scared me to death just now. I was going to save you, but I didn't expect White Cloud and the others to be one step ahead of me. Do you want me to massage your shoulders to relax? Golden Spear didn't forget about Hua Yen even after flirting with Chun Ernyang, because Hua Yen's figure was too perfect. Hua Yen glared at Golden Spear coldly. She didn't believe Golden Spear's nonsense. Golden Spear was so scared that he hid far away and had no intention of saving her. Get lost. I don't need comfort. Hua Yen didn't want to be polite with a man like Golden Spear and shouted. Golden Spear's face darkened. He pointed at Hua Yen and scolded. You stinking whore, stop pretending to be pure. I'm an inner disciple of Kunlun sect. It's your fortune that I like you. If you dare to yell at me again, I'll kill you. Hua Yen had just suffered some injuries, and she was so angry that she wanted to cry. Qin Feng suppressed the chaotic inner qi in his body and slapped Golden Spear with his palm. You're courting death. Golden Spear's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as Qin Feng's palm arrived, he threw a punch. Bang! Another loud noise was heard in the cave. Golden Spear was knocked back a few steps, and his face turned pale. Qin Feng was in a worse state. He directly hit the stone wall and vomited blood. Green Wolf, Hua Yen was so touched that she almost died. She quickly ran to Qin Feng and hugged him. She took out a blood qi pill and forced it into Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng was very resistant. Ahem, I'm fine. Qin Feng simply comforted Hua Yen and began to treat his injuries. Haha, you cheap wretch. I'll take your life while you're down. How dare you steal my woman? I'll make you regret it. Golden Spear dared to fight with Qin Feng because he saw that Qin Feng was seriously injured by the stone. Golden Spear was sinister and cunning. He leaped and slapped Qin Feng. Brother, we're all in a team. Why are you so ruthless? Before Golden Spear's palm could touch Qin Feng, the white-clothed man who saved Qin Feng suddenly appeared. He lightly waved his long sleeve, and a turbulent airflow whizzed by, deftly dispelling Golden Spear's attack.